that Africa should concentrate on: food security, climate change, nanotechnology, urbanization, and habitable cities. And they said, okay, what do we do? Let these research areas be domiciled in a center of excellence. So universities were asked to apply to host center of excellence. And we applied, and we were lucky to win that grant to establish a center of habitable. And what that means is that when we talk of urbanization issues, habitable cities, poor, when we talk of housing in Africa, the entire universities in Africa, they migrate to University of Lagos. So we coordinate that aspect of research for African universities. So when it comes to energy, we were fortunate to win 2 centers in University of Lagos. Just 2 of us. Cape Town also had 2 centers. No other university have such centers, ARUA centers in Nigeria. So we are fortunate to have, and God has helped us. And one of the points that ARUA is really emphasizing is that we have to work on the early career. If we have to increase our research output in African universities, we have to really work on the early research career. So early career researchers, so we have to work on them. So it is in this regard, the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development, we have about 8 clusters that has one thing or the other to do with built environment and sustainable development. We have land development center, land management centers, we have housing and urban regeneration, we have poor, we have construction, we have urban design. So we look at, and within these 8 clusters, data, spatial data analysis, within this cluster, people in the faculty and across the university, they find area of interest. So some are operating in 2 clusters, some are just restricted to 1 cluster. But the cluster today, the center today is not departmental or faculty based. It's interdisciplinary center. We work with sociologists. The last research we did in the center, it was a grant from UK HRC, Art and Humanity Council in UK. We got a grant to look into COVID. It was £175,000 grant to look into COVID. But we look at COVID from art point of view. So those of us that work on that research, people from English, people from music, people from history. So we look at things not strictly from those who are developing immunization, those who are dispensing fastly, those who are working on. No, we look at it, the human angle of it. And it was quite an interesting research that in the past, how did people respond to pandemic? And we look at the flu, we look at what is the role of music in the time of pandemic. And it was very interesting. So we are multidisciplinary in nature, and it's really interesting working with people outside your profession, getting out new things. But that's the way to go. The research is no longer in silos. You have to break the wall and actually learn from other disciplines. So I'm believing that the program that is graciously put together today between IFRA and the center is going to be another milestone in moving us forward in developing the capacity of early career researchers and getting them settled down, getting them know the art and the craft of research. And we pride ourselves in the center as a practice in academia. So this research we do, we don't do it alone in the university. We work with the policymakers. So the center today, we work with policymakers. There was a time State Minister of Housing was shut down. All of them were here. We were listening to what area of research do they really want from us. So we're working with the town and gown. We could produce solution to urban problem so that we don't produce solution and be marketing it. Once we could produce it, it becomes readily acceptable by them. So that's the direction of the center and of our research. Solution finding research. Researches that are finding solution to our day-to-day problem, not research for promotion or for the archives. We have surrounded by so many problems in our day-to-day. We want to be part of solution to those problems. And that is the essence of research. Growing up, research was never separated from development. Growing up, every ministry, every local government, telecommunication, P&T, all of them have research and development units. It was growing up that the development aspect of it disappeared. Everybody started talking research. So, and we've seen where that one landed us. So the development aspect of it have to be, we have to bring it back in our thinking, in our research. And I believe that this workshop will really go a long way to emphasize such things that we can look back in the nearest future and say, oh, I happen to be one of the solution provider for this particular problem in the system, in our immediate environment. So we think globally and we act locally. So we benchmark best practice all over the world. So we want to appreciate IFRA for this collaboration. And I believe that the participants of today will really have something to show. And remember that, but for your contribution, our research becomes richer. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I wish you a good program. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Thank you for these welcoming words. Thank you. So I will have the mic to Cyrielle Maingraud, who will introduce us.
Thanks, Remy. Good morning, everybody, to those who are here and to those who are online. So my name is Dr. Cyrielle Maingraud-Martinaud, and I'm a researcher and the Deputy Director of IFRA-Nigeria. So first, I want to, thank you for being here. I also want to thank the Center for Housing and Sustainable Developments of UniLag. As you said, Prof, we've been collaborating for quite some time. I think it was initiated by my predecessor, Dr. Émilie Guittard, and Professor Lawanson. There was a conference on the African public spaces that took place in 2019. And also we've been collaborating with Professor Lawanson on other instances since then, especially a lecture that you can still find on our social media about urban issues that we did during the lockdown. So really it's an honor. Thank you again for hosting us today in this very beautiful environment. And this is really an honor and a pleasure to keep collaborating with such, as you said, such an emerging and important center. When it comes to issues of urban dynamics in Nigeria and in West Africa, we always come to the same names that are, you and your colleagues at the center. So really, thank you very much for, keeping collaborating with us. I want to thank the organizers of today, the workshop. So as Prof. Nubi said, this workshop was organized by and for early career researchers by 2 PhD students from the center here in UniLag, so Oluwaseyi Eniayo and Damilola Odekunle, and also 1 PhD student from IFRA-Nigeria, Rémi Jenvrin, and IFRA-Nigeria Research Project Manager, Juliette Reflet, who will also soon embark on the adventure of a PhD, hopefully. So thank you very much for all your efforts. And I think it's very important that it's early career researchers who also organize the space that they feel that they need for the development of their skills and of their career, as also Prof has said. I will keep my remarks very brief so that we don't run too late, but I wanted to share also one thing that I found very interesting and that I think will really be for the richness of today's event, which is the diversity of backgrounds, from disciplinary backgrounds, political science, geography, ethnomusicology. You will see that in the papers. And it's also what you said, Prof, earlier, that I think to tackle this kind of issues and also to really enrich research perspective is very important, to listen to colleagues from different perspectives. And I think this kind of events are very important because sometimes we keep looking at our field and we forget that also other people can talk to our own research and enrich us. And also I wanted to point out the fact that participants are coming from different regions and different cities of Nigeria, from Kano, from Port Harcourt, from Ibadan. And obviously this has a cost in terms of money, so I will thank our funders later, but also want to say how important it is also to bring different perspectives from different parts of the country. Another thing that you will see of the program is that there is a documentary screening at the beginning of the afternoon, and it will also be a time and an opportunity to reflect on the kind of creative methodologies that we can implement specifically for this case on urban dynamics, but more generally in our research. This is also something that we've been doing a bit at IFRA. I want to thank today Toby Richard, who is here, who has done a fantastic documentary about the effects of COVID-19 in Nigeria. So based on some research outputs that were produced with the support of IFRA by different researchers. So if you haven't seen it, you can go, it's online. And I think it's this kind of collaboration also, as you said, to talk with policymakers, but also to engage with civil society actors and to also with, people who sometimes we talk with, in fancy words and academic words, but also to make our research more accessible to everybody. Film, videos, creative methodologies are very important. So I'm really looking forward to this discussion. To conclude, I want to thank IFRA's General Secretary, Mr. Martin Bella, and also the Secretary of the Center of Housing and Sustainable Development, Mrs. Adeniyi, and the Secretariat's help for organizing today's events. And as I said earlier, this kind of event, is not free, obviously, and so we have to thank our funding partners. This event is part of a series of events that was organized thanks to the support of the French Embassy in Nigeria and the Institut Français of Nigeria, Institut Français of Paris, with their operator here in Nigeria, through a program that is called Le Fonds d'Alembert, and that wants to, create debates and exchanges between different countries. So thanks to them, thanks to you for coming, and enjoy your day.
Thank you, Dr. Cyrielle. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now I will hang up the mic for the keynote lecture of Professor Taibat Lawanson, who will give a lecture. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to UniLag. I won't say welcome to Lagos because we don't say that. We always say this is Lagos. Lagos is an experience, yes. So we're looking at urban lives and environmental changes. And I'm sure it's something that we all experience. It's how many of you are not living in cities or did not come from cities? Because I heard Port Harcourt, I heard Kano, I heard Abuja. How many people came in from like small communities? Everybody is a city person. Okay, that's good. So that makes it easier because some of the things we're going to be talking about, we're all familiar because we live in that situation. Yes. So I'm just going to speak briefly. Temilade is my timekeeper. So yes, so it's going to be, we'll look at the urban socio-ecological model. We look at the real cost of urban change, who is left behind and why. And then some of the things we should be thinking about as researchers, as early career researchers. You know, you guys are really fortunate because you're just starting off. So it allows you to do the really important things. Some of us old people are just coasting. But more importantly, we want to learn from you because you have, I think you're more fortunate than we are. When we were doing our PhDs, for many of us, it was just quantitative. You go into the field, you administer your questionnaire, you collect the data, you analyze, and you present. We were essentially pushing out the what, identifying the problems. But now research has gone a bit further, and we are now questioning why. Why does the what look the way it is? And I think that's a very important thing. And you guys are at that stage, understanding the what, using creative methodologies like Cyrielle said, looking at qualitative methodologies as well, and seeking to inform change at policy level and also in the lives of everyday people. So I start with this. My slides are not familiar. All right. So we're looking at urban change in Nigeria through the socio-ecological lens. And so like I said earlier, we're going to be looking at the conceptual framework of urban socio-ecological model, and then the real cost of urban change, and finally taking a look at who's left behind and why. Remember I said that you guys stand at, you know, the strategic positioning of doing your research, looking beyond the what to understanding why. And I personally think that it is when you understand why something is the way it is, that is easier for you to proffer the appropriate solutions to solving the problem. And then we'll have a few thoughts about research and practice imperatives for a just urban future. So, the urban advantage. Now, cities are places where people gather, right? We have small cities, we have large cities, and people come together in urban areas, usually in search of better opportunities, in search of livelihoods and things like that. And from an urban perspective, cities are also places that have a higher order concentration of facilities, of services. And that's why you find out, for example, the teaching hospitals are usually located in cities. The airports are usually, the international airports are located in cities. And so the proponents of the urban advantage assert that living in cities provides superior infrastructure and services and better opportunities compared to rural areas. And from a face value, that is true. However, the urban advantage leaves many behind because the urban advantage presumes that everybody has access to this superior infrastructure and facilities that are available in urban areas, which takes me to the other thing, maybe the direct opposite of the urban advantage, which is the urban penalty. And the urban penalty tells us that by virtue of the concentration of people in cities, they are vulnerable, particularly to unhealthy physical and social environments. And at least in the case of Lagos, we'll say traffic is enough of a challenge. In the Niger Delta, Port Harcourt, the famous black suit, for example, is a direct stressor. So the urban penalty says that by virtue of being in the city, we're vulnerable to particular challenges, and that people who live in cities are vulnerable to people who live in cities are vulnerable to the consequences of planning gaps, overpopulation, air pollution, and even health hazards. For those non-communicable diseases, obesity, stress, high blood pressure, hypertension, and things like that. And in our very recent experience, pandemics, we find out that the COVID-19 had a very strong urban footprint, urban landing. The highest number of casualties in Nigeria were in Lagos, were in Abuja. And some of the, across the world, some of the capital cities were also quite, vulnerable to the spread of disease. And if we look back in history, we discover that all the pandemics that we've experienced, at least in over the last maybe 100, 200 years, have been at the city scale. Now, even the urban penalty, while every urban resident is vulnerable to the urban penalty, the urban poor are disproportionately more so. And that's because of where they live, substandard housing, lack of access to essential services continue to undermine their opportunities for a better life. The UN Habitat Executive Director, Ms. Maimouna Yusuf, tells us that, I just read out what she said in a report, Cities and Health. She said, cities are the front line for battles against two of the most pressing global issues today, climate change and the global health pandemic. And the concentration of people that make cities vibrant centers of innovation and social development also lead to increased pollution and the rapid spread of viruses. As the number of people living in urban areas grow, these changes will only compound. And now is the time to take stock of where we are in the cities and where they are headed. What that tells us is that they recognize that cities are both an urban advantage and an urban penalty. And I think that's the bottom line when we start to think about the work that we do across our different disciplines. How do we convert this urban penalty into an urban advantage? Or how do we mitigate the consequences of the urban penalty? How do we look at leveraging the urban advantage, particularly for those communities that are marginalized or are underserved? And when we bring it down to the interactions between, the city, climate change particularly, because I think that's the big bad boy in the room, we see that population growth, urban sprawl increases climate hazard, and that climate change intensifies the risk of conflict driven by increasing scarcity of resources. We see a lot of that happening in the north, particularly with the farmers' headmen clashes. Many of those headsmen are moving away from their natural habitats in search of places to graze that are more green or more fertile, as the case may be. And then this conflict causes displacement. When the people are displaced, they move to other places. That increases homelessness. It increases the rate of migration, and it increases the rate of migration into cities, because what we see is that oftentimes homeless people or displaced people, particularly people that are displaced because of conflict, move towards urban areas. Number one, for anonymity and the relative safety that large numbers provide. And when they get into the cities, inadequate housing conditions start to push the boundaries of access, of opportunities. And this increases their exposure to shocks and stresses that contribute to ill health and biodiversity loss. You see, so just from a simple thing, you can imagine the roller coaster event affecting people, affecting communities, affecting the very environment. And then people that, let's say, biodiversity loss, for example, limits effectiveness of climate mitigation and adaptation activities, particularly when it comes to issues around agriculture, you know, around construction, around flooding and things like that. And then when some of these flooding events happen, you find out that entire communities are being wiped off and people are unable to access basic services. There's loss of livelihood. And in certain cases, you know, they are unable to access things like healthcare, things like emergency services. And also flooding also affects agricultural practices. So you find a case where we are dealing with issues that around food insecurity, sometimes from desertification, other times from flooding and the destruction of crops, and also from issues around insecurity, like I said before. And that is affecting how people are able to access food in the city. Sometimes it is not so much the food getting to the city, it's even the mobility challenges from the farm into the city. And then you have natural disasters, extreme weather events that disrupt the built environment and impact access to spaces for physical activity, especially for the poor. So you see, it's a roller coaster thing. We started with climate change, but it's delved into issues of housing, livelihoods, access to resources, economic issues, food security, and all of that. And that's why we have to understand how environmental change, how the climate change or what have you is affecting people. The thing is that a lot of the challenges that occur because of environmental change have converged at the city scale. So we have challenges of food security in the urban areas. We have challenges of flooding and people being displaced in the urban areas. We have people who are displaced from the rural areas, moving to the city and contributing to increased homelessness in the urban areas. We have people coming into the urban areas and expanding the situation of slums. So in Nigeria, in particular, we have quite a number of challenges with regards to urbanization, but the three main ones that we face are population growth and migration to the city. The second one is the urbanization of poverty, and the third is the urban infrastructure deficit. Nigeria is growing at an astronomical rate. Over 60-something% of our population are aged below 25. And the literature asserts that the average able-bodied young man, particularly in the rural area, has an aspiration to go to the city. And so in many of our communities, in many of our local communities, at the point of completing secondary school, many people are headed for the small city or the large city close to them. And people are going to keep moving into the city. And then you have the urbanization of poverty. Over 60% of the population is poor. And unfortunately, over 60% of the working population in urban areas are living below the poverty line, working in the informal economic sector and living on the margins of society. And then we have the urban infrastructure deficit, whereby facilities are not sufficient, or where they are even available, they are not optimally functional. And that's the challenge, you know, that's the reality of many cities across Nigeria. And what does this result in? It results in socioeconomic inequalities, the gap between the haves and the have-nots continue to expand. It results in the increase in slums and informal settlements. Informal livelihoods continue. We have precarious urban access where communities are unable to access or get basic services that they need for a good life. Food insecurity, the health challenges. We also have uncontrolled migration, as well as increasing urban violence, increasing urban crime, and even conflict within cities, as well as the various infrastructure gaps that we had talked about before. So what is this urban socio-ecological model? I started by saying that we need to understand the why behind the what. So we know that we have a climate crisis. Why do we have a climate crisis? We also know that we have a significant and a very serious urban challenge in Nigeria, whereby many urban dwellers are paying the urban penalty. The urban penalty, I think, is more apparent than the urban advantage. Perhaps, depending on the city we find ourselves, that gap may be different. But social ecology is the study of how individuals interact and respond to the environment around them, and how these interactions affect society and the environment. And that's why this model is relevant, because we're looking at how people are responding to the environment around them, particularly in light of, climate change. So the social ecological model studies how behaviors form based on the characteristics of individuals, of communities, and of nations. And in examining how these relationships form, we are able to understand the complex issues around human society, and in this case, around urbanization. And using this understanding, we're able to then appropriately recommend strategies to address some of these challenges and also to promote well-being, especially among vulnerable people and vulnerable communities. And cities are a very extensive, complex social structure, social ecological system where the environment is interacting with people, and people are contributing to environmental change in a diversity of ways. The ecological model has 5 overlapping levels, starting from the individual all the way to the policy. And then understanding how these different levels interact helps us to determine how people are working with the environment, what factors are determining choices and decision-making in the environment, and where interventions should occur. So we start from the individual. An individual's traits and identities determines how he behaves. Men behave differently from women. Rich people behave differently from the masses, all right? Where a person comes from, whether somebody is a migrant or a visitor, determines really how they behave, their outlook to life, and some of the decisions they make. The educational level does that as well. And then personal beliefs. Sometimes people make decisions based on if they are Christians, if they are Muslims, or if they are religious, as the case may be. And then you have interpersonal level, where relationships and the social networks that a person takes part in affect the decisions they make. Take, for example, if people in my family don't name children until the 3rd month, anybody that is marrying into my family will be obligated not to name their child until the 3rd month. And that happens to a lot of us who we marry, our friends, our neighbors, our family customs and cultures. All right, these also affect the kinds of decisions we make and our interactions with our environment. And then you have the organizational level. The organizational level starts to talk about religious groups. You know, there are some groups that are vegetarian by a function of their religious belief, and that has direct impact with the environment. I know there are some religious customs that that prioritize the natural environment, the planting of trees and things like that. And then the land tenure status, whether somebody is a landlord or a tenant, has a lot to do with the kinds of decisions that they take. We did a study in Iwaya a few years back, and we discovered that the probability of having a toilet that flushes as against a pit latrine is heavily dependent on whether the landlord lives in that building. And so places that have absentee landlords are more likely to have lower quality sanitation facilities. These kinds of things, you know, determine the kinds of decisions people make, the kinds of schools we send our children to, and what they learn in school. Another study about sanitation. We did a sanitation study in Bauchi, and we discovered that parents that had children in school were more likely to embrace hand washing and also to stop open defecation. So there's a cultural practice in the communities we went where they considered it, you cannot do your dirty business in a house. That was the cultural practice. And so the wash sector people went and oriented schools, the children in the school, and started hand washing campaigns and things like that, use of the toilet in the schools. And we discovered that families that had children in school were the ones that started to embrace hand washing and you know, to do away with open defecation. Why? Because the children were being taught in school and were transporting that information back into their homes. So that's how organizational structures help to determine behavior. And then you have community. Now we focus on community assets. What does the community have? Community relationship and community capacity. In our own side of the world, I think the Residents Association is the strongest, the CDAs. How are CDAs grouped? What are they there for? What are they using, you know, the power that they have for? And it, to a large extent, determines the kinds of behavior, the kinds of interactions they have with their environment. Some CDAs fine families that don't come out for environmental sanitation. Okay, so they have a day that everybody comes to clean the community. If you don't come out, you get fined and things like that. And then the quality of the built environment. Are there open and accessible open spaces? What's the nature of pollution in the area? Is it water pollution? Is it air pollution? What's the general characteristics of the community? And finally, we have policy. What are the institutional programs and policies that are in place to enhance environmental well-being, as the case may be, or are set up to kind of, you know, do the other thing, kind of destroy or reduce the impact? So enabling laws and policies are particularly strategic because they have the potential to affect a large number of people. So take, for example, currently in Lagos State, we have a waste sorting policy. It hasn't gone very far, but because that campaign has started and people are starting to get awareness, people are more conscious about separating their waste. And then you find out, because there is an incentive to separating the waste, at least if you're able to pack all your plastics and get them to weigh it and all of that, you get an incentive. So people are more encouraged to do that, which is healthier for the environment. So if we look at Nigeria as an urban socio-ecological system, what do we find? With regards to individuals, where you live determines sometimes, your level of responsibility to the environment or your level of positive interaction with the environment or the choices and the decisions you make. Why do you live in certain parts of the city? How do you respond to urban change? I know in Lagos, the best time to rent is during the rainy season so that we know because the rainy season is a revealer of secrets. So, why do you live where you live? Some people choose to live in VGC because it's all serene, it's utopian and all of that. Others choose to live in places like, University of Lagos is quite serene. We have a few trees and things like that. Others choose to live in other places, perhaps because it's close to their workplace, perhaps because it's a safer community and things like that. So those are personal decisions that are taken and often determine how one interacts with their environment. And then you have interpersonal, the social identities. What is your socioeconomic status? If you're a big man, you live in certain areas and you usually are more inclined to doing certain things. Where do the people who come from your side live? We find out that often new migrants into the city move towards certain areas because that's where their kinfolk live. And those kinds of things now agglomerate. That's why we say in Obalende, we have many Hausa people. In Shomolu, for example, we have many Ijebu people and things like that. And so even to the point of family custom, how do we cook? We only cook our jollof rice with firewood, but firewood has some really adverse consequences on the environment because we are cutting trees and we are expelling toxins into the atmosphere and things like that. So family customs also affect us. And then we have institutional, the organizational, the institutional structures that we have access to determines the kinds of decisions that we make concerning our environment. Are we living in a formal system? Are we living in a planned or an unplanned environment? Are we living in a slum or in a planned area? Are we living in a place that has easy access to medical facilities, easy access to educational facilities, or do we have to travel loads, miles? So I give you an example. In a study that we did recently, it's a water study. We discovered that regarding water, people manage water. So how do they manage water? The water they used to bathe, so they are little children, they bathe them in a bowl, and that leftover water is now used to flush, right? And then we discovered also that there were some unhealthy practices regarding water, where some people decide maybe not to bathe for a number of days because they have to buy water. And then there was also, some other challenges around that. We found some where issues around domestic violence were directly tied to water chores, whereby a woman who is married to a man that has a laundry service and has to fetch water, was unable to perform her conjugal relations. And so the man was perpetually beating her. If there was water in their compound, that issue will have been mitigated. So perhaps he wasn't so much a bad man as he was a man who did not have access to water and did not know how to go about it in a reasonable manner. And also the location, the fact that he was in a slum community as against a community where there was access. And incidentally, for most of us in Lagos that are unable to access water from the water corporation, we have that same challenge. The institutional structure, the organizational structure does not allow us to be friendly to the environment. Everybody who digs a borehole because the water supply is not coming in from the mains, is having to respond to a gap in the institutional structure. And then we look at the physical and social environment, the level of community organization, like I said before, the CDAs, the residents association, and then the level of exposure and vulnerability. We are looking at now, we're looking at those who do physical activity on the streets, for example. So we have a bit of a concern. Now, there are not a lot of physical spaces that allow people to do their exercise, right? So people do their exercise on the road. In your communities, in your cities, I'm sure that's a familiar thing. You see people walking on the streets in the morning or jogging in the morning and all of that. But when you compare it, the fact that that infrastructure is not made for physical activity, you see that people are at risk, right? So you have people, you have potholes, for example, somebody is prone to injury and things like that. And more importantly, if you check air pollution levels, you find out that that's another risk. And so we have this challenge of, do I sit in my house and get fat, or do I go out, do the exercise, and then expose myself to cancer and all those other things that are caused by air pollution? So those are some of the other challenges. And where you live determines, are you living next to a factory? Are you living next door to the Dangote refinery? Are you living, next door to a highway that you continue to get CO2 emission from vehicles? So the community has that. It determines really what kinds of vulnerabilities you have. And then, are you living in a small city or in a large city, right? The access to facilities in a small city are not as many as that in a large city. Are you confronted with 30 minutes traffic in places like Akure, or are you confronted with 6-hour traffic in a city like Lagos? So the scale of the community also determines the exposure. And then finally, policy. What are the government policies? What are the institutional structures? What are the economic programs that we have? How many cities are planned? How many cities have up-to-date plans? How many cities have climate action plans? And more than having the plans, how many cities are implementing the plans? It's one thing to have a plan or a policy, it's another one to implement. And then again, to what extent are these plans and policies taking into consideration the lives and the livelihoods of people? To what extent are these plans and policies increasing the urban advantage or increasing the urban penalty? So you can analyze your city through this lens. For the average person in the city, what kinds of decisions does he take on the back of gender, for example, on the back of income, for example, moving on to the tribe or where he comes from, his tenureship status, the level of education, to the fact of whether he's in informal or formal employment, to the kind of built environment he's exposed to, and then the enabling environment, enabling institutional structures that support the communities. So what we did was to look at some of these issues, and usually we look from the left to the right, but we're going to walk like those who read and understand Arabic, that go from the right to the left. You find out that there are many outcomes. There are many health and environmental outcomes, from respiratory infections to malaria to child-based diseases, obesity, hypertension, mental illness, and the like, that affect us within the urban space. All right, some of them are urban-based primarily, but many of them are kind of environmental consequences of the world that we're living in today. And we find out that individual and interpersonal factors, diet, the kind of food we eat, physical activity, whether one is doing exercise or not, whether one is active, the kind of hygiene practices, personal hygiene, family hygiene, as the case may be, health-seeking behavior, and stress and isolation, to a large extent, determines a person's proclivity to experience some of these things. So the personal and interpersonal factors affect behavior and experience. And then the organizational and community factors affect exposure and risk, which we had talked about. Is a person exposure to air pollution, greenhouse gases, access to markets that sell healthy food. All right, sometimes the location of where one is does not allow the person easy access to places where they can purchase healthy food. Proclivity to injury, to safety, waste and water pollution, access to strong family ties, access to strong healthcare system, and safe housing, as the case may be. So while a person's personal and interpersonal factors affect behavior and experience, the community and organizational factors determine exposure and risk, and then the policies in place determine service, where we're looking at heating, cooling, cooking. What are the energy policies or energy programs that are in place? What are the food systems that are in place? What kinds of human settlements are available? What is the nature of healthcare structure and infrastructure that is available? What kinds of social infrastructure is put in place and encouraged, as well as issues around transport, wastewater, and things like that. So they keep going on and on. And we've isolated it to 4 key areas that are affected by environmental change: land use, energy, water, and transport. Across these 4 sectors, we see the strong effect of policy, the exposure and risk that are occasioned by type and level of organizational and community factors, and how behaviors and how behavior is really a function of a person's individual and interpersonal traits. And that takes us to the real cost of urban change. We'll look through those 4 sectors: energy, land use, water, and transport. With regards to energy, whether one is a man or a woman determines, because it's, for example, with regards to cooking, the female gender is more exposed to the fumes and all of that from using non-environmentally friendly methods of cooking. The occupation, the income, how much you have determines whether you're going to use a kerosene stove or whether you're going to use a gas or an electric stove. The kinds of neighborhood choices in the community: is charcoal more available than gas? Do you have to take 2 buses before you can get to a gas station? That determines as well. Organizational: to what extent is there knowledge and awareness of circular economy, that you can use these energy sources over and over again, that there's exposure to buying a solar lantern or a rechargeable lantern as against using a kerosene lantern or something like that. And then with regards to the community, access to public infrastructure. There are certain communities in Lagos today that pay a higher rate so that they get higher power access. And automatically you find that those kinds of communities usually have less use of petrol generators and thus, more at least the air pollution is controlled to an extent. So where you live also determines. And finally, which cities have climate action plan? I know Lagos does. which other cities are deliberately, intentionally, carrying out plans and processes that are seeking to keep energy demand or energy use to the most environmentally friendly and to the safest means. When we look at land use, the same thing. Your income determines where you live, because it's what you can afford to rent or what you can afford to buy that determines, where you have your home. Occupation, gender, ethnicity, because of some of the ethnic enclaves that we have across our cities. Interpersonal relations also. Tribe, your tribe, where you come from, your family history, and the like. The migration status also determines, and then the community, whether a community is a formal or an informal community, and the nearness to facilities, government facilities, basic services, and infrastructure also determines. And finally, the availability and use and proper implementation of urban development plan, urban development programs, and residence management plan. You find out that communities that have a residence committee, a residence association that is active about management of the environment usually tend to have, a better planned environment and more environmental responsibility. So, so the same thing for water and then transportation. Because of time, I'm just going to skip them, but the same things, occur. The kinds of income, the gender and all of that determine to a large extent the kinds of impacts that, these different issues cause and the kinds of responses people will have towards them. So we jump quickly to who is left behind and why. And when we look at who is left behind, it boils down to the interaction between urbanization and climate change results in urbanization hazard, it results in climatic hazard. But what really determines how one responds to it or how one experiences it is based on stressors, chronic stressors or acute shocks. And it's usually limited to what part of the socioeconomic divide one finds themselves. And so we find that people that are marginalized, either on the basis of gender, on the basis of socioeconomic status, on the basis of ethnicity or a number of political access or things like that, determines to a large extent how they are able, to cope with or to respond effectively. And so you find that people that are poor, people who live in unhealthy environments, and people who are socially excluded are more vulnerable to these hazards and consequences. And those who are displaced, those who are victims of socio-political unrest, as the case may be, what we find out is that they are exposed to infrastructure deficits or infrastructure disruptions, as well as service deficits, and they are usually more exposed to the hazards of urban change, right? And the reason why they are more exposed is also because of their vulnerabilities. So when we look at the gender differentials, how men and women experience cities differently, and who has power, who has more power or less power, determines also. When we look at issues around socioeconomic status, people in informal livelihoods versus people in formal livelihoods, when we're looking at issues around migrant status, the people who are settlers versus the people who have origin or ties to the city, when we look at tenureship, those who are landlords versus those who are merely tenants, you know, those who have been in the city for long, those who have economic power and those who have none. So the thinking around it is the urban advantage or the urban penalty boils down to access and to these gaps, to the power dynamics within a city. Who is enfranchised, who is disenfranchised for a number of reasons. And I think at this point, at this juncture, we should start thinking about how do we kind of bridge those gaps? How do we reduce those power tensions? How do we work for a more inclusive society? After all, SDG 11 tells us that we should be working towards a safe, sustainable, resilient city. So we need to start putting that lens into our work, to start understanding how the power dynamics shapes, you know, the way society interacts, and especially with the way society interacts with the environment. People who are disenfranchised are more likely to engage in and to be victims of the environment. So how can we do that? Now, these are just a few thoughts about things that we should be paying a bit more attention to across the 5 levels of the socio-ecological movement model. We need to start to understand how personal traits and choices enhance or reduce urban vulnerabilities. How are men navigating issues of climate change differently from women? How are young people navigating issues of climate change differently from older people? How are people of particular sects, ethnic or religion, navigating these things? And then we need to understand how social identities can be leveraged for environmentally friendly urban change. If people are influenced by their families, their neighbors, their peers, their friends, how can we use this to shift practices, to shift behavior towards more environmentally responsible practices? And then with regards to the structures, how can proper institutional structures be established and maintained? I told you about the situation in Bauchi where they use the school system to start to work towards better hygiene habits. What are other things that we can piggyback on to get people to start thinking more responsibly or taking better action? And then with regards to the community level, what are those things that we need to do to improve physical and social environment? And then there's a bit of a concern here that let us not choose the physical over the social. It brings me back to something about the linkages between sustainability and livability. We're pushing a lot for sustainable cities. A sustainable city is one that recognizes the threat of the environment and takes decisive action towards responding to that threat. Whereas a livable city is one that amplifies the well-being of people, that amplifies the well-being of the community. Therefore, a livable city, I think, is a higher ideal because it will naturally take in sustainability indicators. Sustainable may not be just all the time, but livable seeks for justice. So let's start thinking of what are those things that enhance physical and social environment, not taking one, you know, in isolation. And finally, where does governance come in? Where do the institutional structures come in? How are those plans and programs going to engender people to shift to a more environmentally sustainable way of life? And how are they going to be able to do it in a way that leaves no one behind? It's left for you as researchers in your different fields to start to think about these issues. What needs to be done? How can we do it? what needs to be understood in order to get, those who need to take the decision to take the decisions that favor all of us. So I'm going to stop here for now, and the main thing we really need to reflect on is how can we leverage these 5 levels of the socio-ecological model to actually move towards a more environmentally friendly society. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, my name is Damilola Odekunle, and we are starting the first panel now. Thank you so much to Professor Lawanson and Professor Nubi for their welcome speech and the keynote speech. We've learned so much today so far. We have wonderful people here on the panel, and on the panel we'll be talking about issues around living, coping, and adapting in fast-changing urban environments. That's the focus of our panel today. Earlier when Lawanson was talking about urban socio-ecological issues, and we realized that the way we live, the things we do, the practices we adopt, policies that are being implemented in this city of ours can and do have ways of changing our environment. But then how are we adapting to those changes, and what are we doing to ensure that those changes are not affecting our lives negatively, and they're also worsening the problems of our society? So on the panel here we have, which is Remi is going to introduce the panel.
So, since we are lacking time and we already very late, I just let you present the guest speaker first, and then I will present each of the panelists who will present the papers today that we are very honored to listen to you guys. So thank you very much. And so then we can just start directly.
Yes. So we have 3 panelists here, and we also have a guest speaker in the name of Dr. Temilade Sesan. She needs to leave very soon, so I'll just give a brief introduction, and then she'll address us briefly before the panelists begin to share with us their papers. So Dr. Temilade Sesan has a PhD from the University of Nottingham in the area of energy for sustainable development. Our research focuses on major themes in international development, including appropriate technology diffusion, participatory development, women's empowerment, and livelihood improvement. Her particular interest is in understanding the socioeconomic dimensions of household energy provision in developing country context. She has collaborated on several research councils, UK-funded research projects, including and mostly recently Economic and Social Research Council Nexus project, aimed at bringing bottom-up perspective to bear on charcoal governance in Ghana. In 2015, she received a British Council Researcher Links Fellowship to review the evidence on mainstreaming gender in energy access interventions. Our work regularly brings her in contact with policy officials in national and international agencies, notably the World Bank and the French Agency for Development, civil societies, representatives, and proprietors of small and medium-scale energy businesses. Dr. Sesan has disseminated her research findings in global audiences via numerous presentations made at conferences in Africa, Asia, Europe, and North America. She has also published articles investigating the links between energy access and development in the practitioner's journal, Boiling Point, and the academic journal, Energy Policy, World Bank, Progress in Development Studies, Community Development Journal, Technology in Society and Health Policy and Planning. In her extensive research work, she teaches postgraduate module on renewable energy policy at the Center for Petroleum, Energy Economics, Law at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. So, dear audience, please with a standing ovation. She doesn't want that. We welcome you, Dr. Temilade. Thank you for accepting our invitation to, be in our midst today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I was rushing to grab the mic from her because I really have my eye on the clock. Thanks for that intro, Damilola. I mean, it sounded a bit dated though. You got that off the internet somewhere. So thanks. Where am I supposed to stand? Does it? Anywhere. Okay. Thanks for having me. This is a very well organized event. Congratulations to the organizers. Yeah, so, and it's really cool environment. The AC helps, I guess, but I think more importantly, the collegiality, of people here, just the academic environment is highly stimulating. So more of this, please. So I was supposed to give a few remarks in response to the presentations that will take place on this panel. But as time will have it, I can't do that because I have to leave in a few minutes for another meeting. But thankfully, I had I skimmed through the papers that you sent through, and first of all, well done. I think they were really well done, well-written papers, thought-provoking as well. And so what I'm just going to do is, hopefully without preempting what you are going to present, you are the experts on your papers, but just to say a few things, a few reflections that I have on what I read. This is not supposed to be like an academic treatise or anything. It's really just reflections based on life and research that I've done in this area. So without further ado, I'm just going to give a few comments on the first paper, carbon footprint reduction in PH, exploring the potentials of non-motorized transportation. That was by who? Okay, sorry. Thanks. And yes, as was mentioned earlier, I did notice the diversity of the papers, the different cities that these papers come from, and I thought that this is very good in helping us to have this panoramic view of of what's going on in cities around Nigeria. Nigeria, by the way, is so diverse. It's so diverse. As an aside, I just got back from field work in the Northeast and South and Middle Belt. And they might as well have been just two different countries, really. So it's really important to get representation from these different aspects. So on the carbon footprint reduction, you're talking about how the provision of NMT infrastructure, like the recommendations were to encourage the building of more. So even things that are taken for granted elsewhere, like just sidewalks, right? Like it's like it's a basic thing, seemingly, and all of that, But and that's obviously the way to go, in terms of providing hard infrastructure. But I was reading through, and I couldn't help reflecting or wondering, how much the provision of hard infrastructure like that, how it enables changes in behavior in a society like this, where public perception of what it means to be rich or poor are so hardwired into the psyche of people. Basically, working is not for rich people, working is for poor people. And just to put it crudely, and I guess, but I think it links to many of the things that Professor Lawanson was saying in her really, really interesting presentation about how, this socio-ecological is really, the social, I'm a sociologist, So when you said I had a PhD in energy, and actually it was a PhD in sociology, I was just looking at energy and development issues. So I find this social ecological interactions really fascinating because, beyond the infrastructure, there tends to be a lot of focus on the infrastructure, and which is good. Obviously, if it's not there, then you can't use it. But even when it's there, so again, I was in Abuja a few weeks ago, And Abuja is easily one of the better planned cities like in Nigeria. You have, wide streets, and sometimes the sidewalks there are wider than my streets in Lagos. Some of the sidewalks there, but I found myself walking along one of them one afternoon, myself and a colleague, and we were literally the only ones. The streets and the sidewalks and everything, as wide, as beautiful as they were or as they are, they were empty. They were empty. So apparently people in Abuja have a preference for fast-moving vehicles, and it's not just any vehicle, fast-moving. Because the roads infrastructure also allows them to do that. Here in Lagos, at least, potholes still break our speed, right? They have nothing to break their speed for the most part. So you find that that's an example of a city where you have some of that hard infrastructure bits, but it's people are, it's not as if people then go out en masse to walk the streets. So yeah, I mean, I just, again, from this social goal, I was thinking, and even in a place like Abuja, it's actually also less walkable outside of the center. So when you leave the center, when you go to the periphery, you also find, in fact, like on the way to from the center to like the airport, you see this overhead pedestrian bridges that were apparently constructed, as an afterthought, to the highway. So clearly the walkability of the place wasn't put in mind when it was being built. So still a lot of ground to cover in terms of bridging the gap between hard infrastructure and realizing that this infrastructure for NMT or otherwise is made for people who will actually live. So how do people actually live? In Lagos, in Nigeria, what proportion of people walk or use public transport versus those who own cars? Those who use public transport are in the majority. But looking at our infrastructure, you wouldn't know it. You would think it was the other way around. We're sort of going after the Americas and which, clearly different context. But we've sort of just taking everything hook, line, and sinker without looking at exactly how our own societies work and prioritizing the needs of the majority. And so this is something that I think the narrative needs to be to keep pushing it along those directions. Again, NMT, I guess one of the things that connects with NMT provision is this idea of end-to-end journeys. You also want first and last mile connectivity. So you basically, if you're using public transport and there is from your doorstep to how you're going to get to your destination, there is there's the good sidewalks, there's a proper bus stop, there's you have however many connections you need to get to where you're going. When you get down from the public transport, you have good NMT provision also to work to work. So it's also just to say that the concept of NMT is also just embedded in this broader idea of end-to-end journeys and just providing the infrastructure to handle or to capture all of that. And that's especially important for women who, by the way, use NMT more than men, because in Nigeria, men drive more than women. That's a gender dimension to it. Men are more likely to own cars than women are. So women and vulnerable groups are likely to benefit even more than the average person from NMT options. So the gender dimensions of that is something that would also be interesting to look at. And I would say, in terms of just further research, finally on that, I wanted to say, just to sort of inquire into, and this is not just, this is general, I think it would be fruitful to inquire into, really what additional policy and even infrastructure nudges, might be needed to shift public perceptions and behaviors around the desirability of NMT options vis-a-vis other options, like especially driving. So, there's a whole body of work, scholarly work around nudges, this whole idea that was popularized by this Nobel Prize winning economist, behavioral economist, talks about nudging people in the desired direction of what policies are supposed to accomplish. And so nudges are things that like they're the default, the way things that people you put as the default so that people naturally gravitate towards that thing without realizing that actually, maybe it's a little bit of manipulative tendency there, but really, they are gravitating towards that default option without realizing that it was actually designed that way to maximize, people traffic, and that idea has been applied, broadly. It's something that maybe, especially in a society like Nigeria, where there are all these social pressures and cultural pressures, and that idea of how can people be nudged better into more desirable directions. So those were my reflections on that. So thank you very much and well done. So the second paper, sorry, I'm trying not to sound too rushed, so I'll slow down a bit now. Second paper, connectedness to nature. I guess is that, oh, look, sorry. Yeah, sorry, my bias. I naturally thought it was the woman that would be more connected to nature. Yeah, that was connectedness to nature among city dwellers around floodplains in Ibadan, metropolis. So there's this joke of, you ask the average city person, where does water come from? And they say, oh, it's the tap, They don't realize water comes from elsewhere, which is nature, right? Or you say, where does milk come from? The fridge now, not as opposed to like a cow. So that got me thinking about that old, those jokes around how city people tend to be more disconnected from nature because we live in this whole built environment. God help you if you live in a city like Lagos, it's even potentially worse. But thanks, I really enjoyed the paper, the bits of the paper that I read. I didn't read it in great detail. But also I found the quotes, qualitative researcher, that I am. One of them says, uncle, my natural world is my iPhone. And I'm like, okay, that sounds about right. At least he had the honesty to admit, he or she had the honesty to admit that the natural world is most people's gadgets, and that's what they are more naturally. That's a natural habitat, more like. So again, Lagos. I'm Lagos born and bred, so I live, drink, eat this city. Like I can't. There's nothing I can do about it, right? I'm stuck, with Lagos forever, but I love it. Okay. But here we have prioritized the built environment, over nature. And then there are other cities that are trying to copy this model for some reason, to the point that we actually violate nature in the process. And it's interesting that this comes back to haunt us every year, like year in, year out. Now is the rainy season. Every year, like there'll be flood. I have lived in a house in this Lagos before that flooded, like in the rainy season. The house was not in Makoko. The house was in Bagada. Thankfully, I'm no longer there. But wonder of wonders, like Professor Taibat was saying, we unfortunately did not go house hunting during the rainy season. Maybe that would have helped us. So the rainy season came and we had a shocker. But guess what? Maybe we shouldn't have been so surprised because the house and the estate and many of the houses around it were actually lying on a floodplain, in a floodplain. And then someone comes to visit and says, this place, that she used to come here like 2 decades ago or something to come and do prayers. All these people that do prayer by the waterside. All this place, it was swampland. It was, that people come for the water. This religious, mention it as well, that some people use religious. I'm like, okay, so who thought it was a good idea to build anything here, right? To build a serene looking, peaceful entire estate on this thing. And actually they didn't build just one, not two, but actually 3 estates in that place. So you would think that maybe we would learn from this be endangered in this aspect. You talked about Ibadan. I also know about that there's seasonal flooding as well in Ibadan. One of your recommendations was, create more green spaces and all of that, which is great. But again, as I was reading that, I was that's great, but I think care should be taken not to create green spaces that then become dead ends, which happen. I don't know if you probably come across Jane Jacobs, this her really landmark book, The Death and Life of Great American Cities. And this is one thing that even in America, they've had to sort of walk through and try to, still not perfect, but we see some of the parks again in Lagos. I think for those of us that live in Lagos, where you drive past, again, if you are driving or even walking, and you're like, how in the world do I get inside this thing that looks like it's in just this tunnel? You don't see anybody there because it's not just about greenery, it's about psychological safety. It's about it being integrated into the life of the city and of the surroundings, which you just see some random thing there and nobody ever uses it. So that's something that needs to be looked into more in this environment. I also find it interesting where you talk about some people actually cutting down trees in estates because of the fear of reptiles and all of that. And I found myself wondering, can there be such a thing as too much nature? because I have come across this in more rural areas where literally it's almost like there's such a thing as too much nature, where if you don't, is it that the nature, well, that aspect of it just goes or reduces so that you're safe from reptiles and all these things, or so I guess it's a bit of a balance there. But I found, again, like I said, these papers were thought-provoking. I think it's important not to take any narrative hook, line, and sinker. In which context or under which conditions do these narratives hold? Are there exceptions to the narratives? What does it mean for the something you can add? I don't know if you are doing a page, asked to be original. Just look for one thing to challenge. That's it. There's your originality. Again, on that paper, just in terms of further research, you did mention, I think you added one line there somewhere about how the insecurity in the country affects people's relationships with nature. And before I got to that point, I'd actually thought about that, where you talk about Indomie children, right? Who that's something that, one of the respondents referred to. Or for example, one of the reasons why Indomie children don't have as much experience with nature is that people just don't feel like parents don't feel like their children are safe anymore as they were when they were growing up. So I think there's a whole lot of space there to unpack those links between security, or the perceptions of security, or the lack of it, and people's relationship with nature or the outdoors, even in a place like Lagos, just the outdoors. So thanks. Final paper. An assessment of the relationship between living standard practices and the occurrence of flooding in selected coastal slum areas in Lagos. Really important topic in Lagos, just talk about flooding. Everywhere floods in Lagos, Ikorodu Road floods. It's just mind-blowing sometimes, like everywhere in Lagos almost is susceptible to flooding, doesn't matter where, almost. So I find that the correlations that you found in your work, I think they are really not surprising. I don't find them surprising, because basically lower living standard practices lead to higher occurrence or probability of flooding, right? And that's great, So what I think, again, just the bit that I read, what I think is that a really great next step would be to try and understand and not just explain. There's a difference between understanding and explaining phenomena, by the way, but trying to understand why people do what they do in these slums. Professor Lawanson referred to that earlier in our remarks, and I promise you we didn't confer on this before now, but I just found that these issues are the same. To try and understand why people do, why they adopt these living standards or these low living standards, and related to that, the kinds of policy and infrastructure interventions that might nudge them to do better. Okay, so in other words, people cook with, you mentioned people cooking with fieldwood and all of that. People cook with fieldwood for a reason, okay, for reasons. Question is, why do they? So I did my PhD actually on cook stoves in Nigeria and Kenya, and the main findings is that energy access, energy use is really embedded in the rest of cultural. So people try to treat energy access in isolation from the broader context, but actually it doesn't. It's quite frustrating to go that way. Maybe you get 1 or 2 cook stoves adopted, but actually you don't, because you're not addressing, you're not addressing it in the context, within which it's located. So it's embedded, but it's also gendered. So one of my favorite aphorisms that I came up with myself is that actually, if men did more of the cooking, okay, worldwide, and especially in Africa, okay, we would have had more of a solution to this energy access problem or issue. Since if men did more of the cooking. One of the reasons why energy access is a bit behind is really this gender component. It's mostly women that do the cooking, mostly women who are more seen than heard. City women maybe, but the vast majority, just even rural women, who are the ones that are usually tied to this or unclean, or people living in slums. So it's important to begin to address, to understand holistically that energy access is embedded in all of these things. And in terms of waste, he also, I think that was one of the practices I mentioned. So I just came off of a project, like an action research project in Ijora Badia, where we worked with the community on trying to get them to generate solutions, to the waste issue. I don't have slides, but actually I wish I could show some pictures to show the scale of the problem. And what we found is that actually people there, they do demonstrate a degree of like agency towards, they know what the issues are. They're actually willing to work on the issues, but there's that bit of facilitation that is missing. Don't forget that we're talking about under-resourced or resource-constrained contexts. And that facilitation is often absent. In the absence of, I don't know, some research group coming in, or ideally, like local government structures, for instance, but we all know how weak they are in this context. And so there's only so much that they can do to get their, waste management practices to the next level. So it's really about, just as an analyst, as a researcher, being clear and just being clear about this, these issues and these things, and putting it out there that, okay, this is the state of things. That's my next meeting calling. So I think in conclusion, I'll just say that, these are all great, great findings. I think the last word I would give is we really do need to do a lot more as an academic community with regard to evidence to policy mechanisms. So, all of these findings are great. Question is, who does research help, right? Who does evidence help? So we often think in our silos that, research is everything. And to me, it's a lot, right? But the average, I don't know, politician, policymaker doesn't. There are so many other factors that they consider before they consider the evidence. So we have a lot of work to do, literally, in pushing research findings out of academia into policy. It's not going to happen automatically. It's not going. Nobody's waiting to receive us on a, it's not. They're not going to hand over any audience on a platter of gold to us. So it's really about. So talk about demand-driven and supply-driven evidence. We're probably not going to get the demand. So you're going to have to be the one to push yourself One example might be, like op-eds in papers that policymakers actually read. That's something. So you can go and put it in, I don't know, Premium Times, like I did at some point. Many people don't read Premium Times, but I'll go and put it in Punch or Nation. So that kind of thing. So that's important. So blogs, opinion pieces, and there are increasingly grants to do that, as well. I think there's a bit of reflexivity happening among researchers and academics that we really do need to get out and, make a difference with this research. So there are grants increasingly. You can search. I actually got one a few years ago to do that, to push, so not just research, so specifically some of these findings now could actually research grants that will help you to engage with policy makers and institutions, to promote them and to for them to get taken up in policy. Again, that's not maybe the whole picture. Obviously, it still depends on them to either take it up or not, but at least you do get into that system. So I think this will be my, my reflections and contributions to that. Thank you so much for having me. I have to run now.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this amazing teasing, because now we listen to the paper themselves. And I'm glad to present the first panelist, with Chukwudi, who is from the Foundation for Partnership Initiative in Nigeria and Delta. And he is working in Port Harcourt, Nigeria, and his work is dealing with transportation in Port Harcourt. You will present it largely better than me. And the floor is yours. You have a presentation, PowerPoint. So yes, you have 15 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. I think I can do 15. Okay, so my research was born personal experiences. For anybody here who lives in Nigeria, you would share some of you would understand and agree with me on some of those experiences. I have some examples, like some time ago, I was in Lagos and I was going to cross a road. It wasn't a dual highway where you would expect that there is supposed to be like a pedestrian bridge. It was just a major road anyway, but just one lane. And when I got to the road to cross, this in coming to Lagos, especially women, were removing their, to cross that road, because you actually have to run if you're going to cross the road. So I didn't have to remove my shoe, but I had to run as well, to cross the road. And also another experience in Port Harcourt. So I decided to do a marathon, and then there was a Port Harcourt City Marathon. So I started practicing for that marathon. And then just before the marathon, I could do 10 kilometers on the treadmill in the gym. And I was doing 10 kilometers, it was 16 kilometers. So I said, okay, if I could do 10 kilometers, maybe I could maybe finish the marathon. And then on the marathon day, of course, the environment in the gym, conducive, clean air. But then on the marathon day, it was a different scenario. When I got outside, I started running. I could do just about 3 kilometers. Breathing was very difficult. The air was very harsh. So I just felt I had first-hand experience of the pollution in the air. And I finished the marathon. I walked for maybe 7 kilometers, maybe 12, 13 kilometers out of the whole thing. I managed to finish, but notwithstanding, after that marathon, I had difficulty breathing for like 3 weeks. And I had to go to the hospital. They gave me some medicines, and they attributed it to pollution. So living in Port Harcourt, most times I don't go out. If I have to go out, I drive. If I want to recreate a pleasure park, for those that know Port Harcourt, serene, natural vegetation, it's not it's manageable. And then the house is air conditioned, the office is air conditioned. I just try to cut down on how much of the soot I breathe in. And that is the situation for most residents in Port Harcourt. We also have issues of people driving and hitting hitting pedestrians or nearly hitting pedestrians. I've had one or two incidents where, you know, if you drive frequent in Nigeria, at one point or the other, you very likely nearly hit a pedestrian. So these are just problems which motivated my research on carbon footprint reduction, particularly for Port Harcourt, and exploring the potentials of non-motorized transportation. And non-motorized here, for my work, focused majorly on walking and cycling modes of transportation. Yeah, that's down. Okay. Yeah, so it focused majorly on walking and cycling as non-motorized modes of transportation. Okay, all right. So we all know that there is an overdependence on motorized transportation, especially in these parts where we all want to, you know, use a vehicle to wherever we're going to. Even if you don't own the vehicle, you very likely take a taxi, take a bike, take a keke to wherever you're going to. And vehicles, you know, are known to be at the forefront of producing pollution, especially carbon dioxide, as well as noise pollution. So we have air pollution, we have noise pollution, and then other issues like traffic congestion, accidents, which are problems from an motorized transportation system. But then with non-motorized transport, most of these things are reduced to the barest minimum. But then in this part of the world, in Nigeria, we do not take it as priority to put up infrastructure for walking, and for cycling, there's really no infrastructure for cycling at all. It's only in Abuja, in the city, in the central business district, that there were thoughts around putting up bicycle lanes. I think sometime in 2012, the FCT minister was talking about it, and but that did not actualize. And then just in 2017, the road safety, we were actually talking about how there were plans in the master plan of Abuja to have cycling paths in the center of the city. But of course, we do not have those paths. And we know how in some other countries, especially in European cities like Netherlands, it's very popular for walking and cycling infrastructure. We also see how in some other countries, like how people are able to walk distances, not just because the infrastructure is there, but like the guest speaker just finished saying, because people are also aware of the need to actually use non-motorized transport systems instead of using their vehicles or hopping on buses. So I believe such is feasible in this part of the country as well. Some parts of our cities, Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, you have walkways, but most of the time they are not sufficient. For Abuja, in the city center, you may have sufficient walkways wide enough, but they are not continuous. There are breakages. In Port Harcourt, even where you have walkways, they are maybe 1 meter wide or 1.5 meter, the highest I measured in Port Harcourt. And that is not suitable. That's suitable to just take maybe one person and not suitable to take a teeming population. Okay, so going down to Port Harcourt, which is where this work is focused, like other Nigerian cities, transport policies are vehicle-oriented. We know that already. There's an absence of dedicated cycling infrastructure. We also know that. Even more, there are not too many studies, especially in Port Harcourt, that have actually talked about this problem, which is a big problem because you have lots of cases, if not for any other thing, if not even for pollution, which is not, which you may not be able to see, even though you can see the one in Port Harcourt with your eyes. There are cases of accidents and all that. So it's actually a problem, and we expect that researchers will do more in talking about it. So that lack of research, they also motivated this particular study. And in Port Harcourt, it's already popular anyway. You see the suit in that guy's hand. Even if you're living in an air-conditioned house, you may not have it as black as this, but you're definitely going to have it under your feet, on your furniture, and everywhere, even in your houses. Recently, the government has taken action to reduce illegal oil refineries that are said to cause it, but it is just minimal. I know it's very hard to put a stop to some kind of problems like this. So what are the objectives of this research? I was able, at the end of the research, to map the existing walking infrastructure. I did not map the cycling infrastructure because it doesn't exist. I was also able to determine residents' travel behavior with reference to walking and cycling. I was able to measure walkability. Walkability is the possibility to walk. How is the things that make it possible for you to, how much are they in place? So that gives us an idea of walkability. And then finally, determine potential carbon footprint reduction through utilization of non-motorized transport system. So I was able to see that, okay, if people walk and cycle instead of using a vehicle, how much carbon would be reduced in the environment. So the study focused on the GRA axis of Port Harcourt, for some of us who may know Port Harcourt. And why I selected the GRA axis was because it is one of the well-planned in quotes, areas of Port Harcourt. So I decided to, because some places do not even have infrastructure at all, but then you expect that the GRA area would have. So that's why I selected the GRA area so that I can see how much of the walking infrastructure is available there. So for the data I used for the non-motorized transport infrastructure, I did direct field observation that I went out to see where these walkways were available. And also I did measurements of the width of the walkway, the length of the walkway and all that. And I also used the satellite imageries to get some data. For residents' travel behavior, I administered questionnaires to people within the area randomly, commuters, people that were walking, people that just come out of their cars, and just random selection of participants. And for walkability too, I also used questionnaires and direct field observations. I adapted the Kansas City walkability plan for the walkability measurement. And for potential carbon footprint reduction, to measure that, I carried out a traffic survey, which was done simultaneously at 5 major junctions that commuters use to access the GRA area. Priority vehicles were cars and buses. Trucks were not included because they do not carry that much passengers. And there were no tricycles do not run in the GRA area. So tricycles were also not included. The survey was done in the morning, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. And the guideline for assessing greenhouse gases emission was used to calculate the emission from each of the categories of the vehicle. So I used some formula there to calculate how much emission we'll have from these vehicles. So let's just go to the findings. So for the existing walking and cycling infrastructure in Port Harcourt, this map here shows the green lines there are the roads where we have walkways. The red lines are the roads where there are no walkways. So from the analysis, the total length of roads, all the roads that were considered and selected for the study measured 16.73 kilometers. And the walkways were available only on 8.8 kilometers, sorry, that is kilometer no meter, which represented only 52% of the total road length. So that means for the other 48%, there were no walkways. And then based on travel behavior, 69% of the respondents utilize their private. So we know most of people utilize their vehicles, buses and taxis. Most people are willing to cycle. But of course, you see some persons cycling in between anyway. The weather and a couple of other factors do not favor cycling or even walking. There is also security issues. People are not very comfortable with walking, especially at night if there are no street lights. And yeah, so for those that are willing to walk, they are not willing to go more than 500 meters. So they just want to walk short distances. The soot pollution was also identified as a major factor that influences people's ability to walk. So the walkability was measured, and the A, B, C, and D there you see for the selected roads showed how satisfied people were, either highly satisfied, satisfied, dissatisfied, or highly dissatisfied. Woji Road, Major, and Tombia Street had the best results in terms of walkability because those roads actually have walkways. Woji does not have for all of it, but for 80% of it, it has walkways. There are beautiful streets as well, relatively beautiful, let me put it that way. So we had better results for walkability there. And these are just some examples. So like the first picture there, you see walkways that have holes, big holes. Those holes can take 100 people. So yes, of course, there are drainages. So people actually do fall into this when it's raining, especially, and it's filled up. So it's a major problem. People get lost falling into this. So it's a problem. And you also have people parking on the walkways, and you have to just go off the walkway before you can, and then you expose yourself to the risk of getting hit by a vehicle. And then finally, for the results, potential carbon footprint reduction. From the assessment, the results showed that assuming there's a 50% replacement to the utilization of non-motorized modes, then carbon footprint will reduce by 3,135.35 kilogram of carbon dioxide estimate, right? So not to dwell too much on this, the idea here is, the finding here is that even if we do not reduce walking and cycling 100%, say even just 50%, then this is the value of carbon that will be reduced for just the GRA area. Now, most other research calculate this in terms of, they give this in terms of percentage, and they're able to do that because they look at the percentage in terms of other, maybe the total number of vehicles that run in the city. But I wasn't able to get that data from the road safety. So if I get that data of the total number of vehicles that run in the city, then I can get a percentage of the reduction for the GRA area. And I'm sure I can still do that going forward. So in conclusion, like the guest speaker said, it goes more than just having the infrastructure. There's also need for awareness, sensitization on the benefits of walking and cycling. Then other things like probably planting trees and the rest can help reduce, the sun is usually too high, and most times it's also a discouraging factor. So if we have trees like that, it can also, so the government has a lot to do, and then to stimulate non-motorized transportation modes generally. So I look forward to conversations around this and possibilities of where it can be improved upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this presentation. Thank you very much. We'll just go on the next presentation. So if you have questions, please retain your question for the Q&A session just after the free presentation. I'm saying that including for the person in the Zoom, of course, they can participate writing the question. They can write the question. Someone will read it out loud here on the room. So now let's leave the room to Olusola Ayandele, who will speak about connectedness to nature. Connectedness to nature in Ibadan metropolis. So I will give you the mic, and you're free to start.
Yes, I am.
So you're ready to have 15 minutes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. My name is Olusola Ayandele. I'm going to talk about connectedness. Which one? I'm looking at how people have harmony with nature. Now, we've discovered that, yes, humanity is at danger because of the way we relate with the environment. And our relationship with the environment is now causing the climate to change, which is another problem that is now giving us problems. And we discovered that people are moving from rural areas to urban areas. And areas that used to be green before, now they are concrete. And Food and Agriculture Organization told us that the way cities are going, it will destabilize the natural and the social system of the environment, which is risky. And when people are living in urban areas, they tend to be disconnected from nature. Because the only thing they see around is concrete, cars. Nature will be so much far away from them. And then they will have reduced empathy to other species. We are typically concerned only about with ourselves, And then people also tend to be less willing to protect the environment.
research have shown this. When you talk of nature, nature means everything around us, the plants, the animals, the landscape, everything we have on this planet. That is what all those things are nature. Naturally, we have this tendency to connect with others, to connect with places, things around us. Your ability to desire connection with nature is known as biophilia. That's you want to like nature. It's an inborn, ideally. But then for you to connect to nature, we discovered that when you spend time in the natural environment, or maybe through your education, through your socialization, you may get to know nature, then you may get to like nature. African traditional religion places emphasis on connections with nature. Why? Because typically we have African traditional worship centers in natural settings, in the forest, in groves, in sacred sites that you don't cut down the trees, you don't kill animals there. Those are places that you set aside, and they're usually conserved areas. Most Brahmic religion typically don't really place emphasis on that. All right, so I have 3 questions that I really set out to find out. Now, this is part of my PhD thesis, but for this presentation, I'm looking at the level of knowledge among people that are living in cities. How knowledgeable are they about nature? Then how often do they visit natural spaces? And then how do they describe their experiences of nature? What can they say about nature? This study was carried out in Ibadan. I looked at communities that are in floodplains area of River Honor. Honor is the longest river in Ibadan. And for my qualitative study, I picked 16 residents, 2 from each of the 8 communities that I visited. Majority of them are married. They've been to university and they live in their own apartments. They built their own house. In terms of knowledgeability, majority of them, maybe the questions are simple. They tend to be knowledgeable. We typically ask them to identify animals, to identify plants, if they're able to give us the names and stuff like that. But I think because maybe due to their age, those that are older tends to know some of these questions than those that are younger. And then the more educated they are, they also tend to do better in the questions. Then how often do they visit natural spaces? 26% of them only visit natural spaces once in a year. That means they will typically go to a garden, a park, maybe a zoological garden once a year. And we could deduce that maybe it's only during Christmas or that they do visit these places. Then the interesting part is asking them about their personal experience about nature. A man said that he got hundreds of acres of lands in a local government, that he sees nature as a place that is peaceful, that is isolated, that place that he got his land is free of pollution, which means to him, this built-up environment is filled with pollution. The other person who happens to be from Niger Delta said that he loves swimming. His house is beside Elele Lake. That used to go there to catch fish. That his plan is even to get a boat so that he can ride on it. Now, we can see that people typically derive satisfaction from nature, at least these people that I spoke with. And they may also demonstrate positive pro-environment behavior. Why? Because of, let's say, maybe their background or their experience. The other person I spoke to said that when he was in school, that he used to go to the botanical garden to read. And that when he reads there, that he tends to do better in his exam. That's what he said. And a researcher also told us that nature tends to have positive effect on student academic performance. That's if you read in a natural environment, maybe you might do better. And this woman told me that our own nature or dealing with nature is is having her cats around. That anytime she's disturbed and those cats come, they make their sound and they rub themselves on her body, that she feels relaxed, she feels loved, and that she enjoyed those animals. The other woman said that she has a garden that she planted, she has flowers, and that it's anytime she's in the garden, she's always relaxed. So we can see plants, animals as sources of well-being, as things that gives people relief, at least from these people I spoke to. Then this person said that when he was in Ife, that he was a member of a particular fellowship that they used to go and pray in the forest, and that he was able to derive religious satisfaction from praying in the forest. And we see that traditionally Africans believe that natural spaces are places where you have spirits, that you can commune with God. I mean, these are all positive experiences. Okay. Yeah. Then these two people I spoke to, this person said that when they were younger, but this person said that when he was younger, he used to just watch ants carrying their food from one place to the other, and that he used to go and hunt for squirrels. That he had fun with nature, but presently he's missing nature. Why? Because where he's staying now is built up. There is no nature there. There is no natural environment there again. Which means if children are exposed to nature, they may likely tend to appreciate nature more. Okay, this is a person that my doctor was referring to when she spoke with my research assistant, and that person referred to the person I sent to that place as an Indomie child. The woman said that you Indomie children, you know next to nothing about nature, that you don't know what you are missing. That typically she suggests that education that we are giving to children in school should include studies of nature. Greek, science, biology, even Yoruba lessons should include the values of nature so that people will learn to know more about it and appreciate it. A study conducted in Uganda also found that people in Uganda also, they don't really know about nature because natural environmental education is not included in their curriculum. Now, this other set of people I spoke to, they reported negative present experiences about nature. This particular woman said that this is not America, that what is there to enjoy in nature, that even that their community association is looking for money to cut down all the trees around them because there are wild animals like snakes there. That anytime she's passing through that place, she used to plead the blood of Jesus. Yeah. And then another person said that he's scared of nature, especially those big Iroko trees, because they are usually evil spirits. Like if somebody is pregnant and you pass, that they will just remove your fetus and put on that in there. Yeah. So, but you see, it's still based on the African belief that natural space, there are spirits there. But because of our religiosity now, we tend to only see, some people tend to see evil spirit there. Then this other young person said that she's allergic to nature. That anytime she goes into forest areas, that she's usually there are insects and mosquitoes that would just be biting her. I discovered that younger people that I spoke to tend to really not have a positive experience about nature compared to the older people. Okay, then this is a young lady that was, typical young person that is always on her phone. So she was like, what's there to experience in nature? What's even the nature you are asking about? That everywhere is built up. Then I told her that there's a river right across our house. She said I should come here during rainy season and I'll see how this is flooding used to enter their building and all of that. That's our own natural world is our phone. So we can say that basically because of the high level of urbanization, green spaces are missing. And then young people are usually only experiencing nature or anything else to do with outdoor on their phone, on their phones. Okay. All right. Now, this particular young lady said when she was sick and she was taken to their village, that she discovered that in the forest, there are so many medicinal plants that can be used to treat anything that is wrong with anybody. But unfortunately, the chiefs of that village, they've started selling the forest that contains these medicinal plants to developers. So she was like, then another man said that when he got to Ajibode, that there used to be trees around, there used to be birds that would sing, that would wake them up in the morning. But now all the birds are no more, they are no more singing. Why? Because they've cut down the trees and that the beauty of the environment has gone. Yeah, then there is this man that said that he used to go to the forest around after Shaki, that used to go there to hunt for games. But that because of the herdsmen, the bandits, that is scared of going to the forest to hunt again. So that's looking at how insecurity also is causing people to not want to enjoy nature. Then, yes, this man said there is a particular bamboo tree near his house that used to go and relax. But now that spot has been turned into a refuse dump. So even natural spaces where people could have vegetations are now being turned into places where they would rather be dumping things. And he said, because he appreciates the value of that location, he used to go there on a weekly or monthly basis to clear it. That people really do not care about the environment. Now, these are some of the recommendations that we are suggesting. I think that government and NGOs should tell people, let them know the value of nature. All right. And then town planning authorities should bring nature to the city. How? They can create parks in strategic locations, parks that will be owned by the community. And then police and other security agencies should make sure that the forest reserves are kept safe. The education ministry should include nature-based educational studies in the curriculum so that students will learn about nature. And then community development association and landlords should encourage their co-tenants or their community members to plant, to green the environment, rather than having concrete or having just putting ties and all of those. We should have gardens. We should have green spots around. Then individuals should raise animals. It's a good thing. We should also visit gardens, visit parks, visit natural spaces. Now, in conclusion, the study shows that city dwellers around floodplains in Ibadan, they reported various levels of connectedness to nature. Some see nature as a source of relaxation, enjoyment. Some find fulfillment there. Some are happy going there, while others see it as evil, as risky, as something that is ancient. So my conclusion is people who have knowledge about nature, who spend time there, and who have favorable experience about nature are more likely to be connected to nature. And their connection will be shown in the way they appreciate natural spaces, in maybe they keep animals or the plants, they have a garden. So basically, this is my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Olusola Ayandele. I sorry, I forgot to present your affiliation. And so you are from the University of Ibadan, and you were working on the River Ona floodplains in Ibadan. So I was personally very glad to hear all this witnessing that these people were actually connected to nature and the way they are connected. So thank you very much. And you are from your discipline research is like social psychology, climate change, pro-environmental behavior, and mental health. So yes, thank you very much. And now it's The room is now Oluwaseyi. So you are from the Crawford University in Ogun State, and you are working on Lagos slums, and your discipline is development economics. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Oluwaseyi Eniayo, and I am here to present a paper titled An Assessment of Living Standard Practices and Flooding Experience, an assessment of the relationship between living standard practices and the occurrence of flooding in selected coastal slum areas in Lagos State, Nigeria. By way of, okay. By way of introduction, in 2019, the United Nations reported that about 1 billion people now, and it is expected that by 2030, this figure will increase to 2 billion people. And unfortunately for less developed countries, the problem of deficit infrastructure is a major challenge for them, and this has further led to slum proliferation in less developed countries. Lagos State, which is one of the fastest growing economies in Nigeria and at large in Africa, is also not left behind in this trend of increase in slum settlements. And then these slums reveal very poor living standards that negatively impact on the environment. And by virtue of the living standard practices in slums, the occurrence of flooding is also not wanting. And this is also very vivid in Lagos State. The Global Multidimensional Poverty Index in 2010, there was a Global Multidimensional Poverty Index that was generated or developed in 2010. And this index particularly has 3 dimensions. There is a 3rd dimension in this index, which is the living standard dimension. And this index has been used over the years to measure poverty levels across many countries. In Nigeria specifically, it has been observed that Lagos State oftentimes reports very low index when they are reporting their multidimensional poverty index. And then it calls for concern that could it be that many of those living in slums are excluded when they go for survey in order to generate this index, or are these people underrepresented? Because if indeed the multidimensional poverty index reveals the true picture of poverty levels in Lagos State, then the living standards in slums should also be reflected in the living standard dimensions. And then the Justice Empowerment Initiative has revealed that over half of Lagos residents live in informal settlements and slums. So if this is the case, how come many people are excluded, in the survey when they want to generate the multidimensional poverty index? So this has led me to turn a focal lens on slum dwellers who are residents in coastal slum areas in Lagos State, Nigeria. Basically, the 3 coastal slum areas that have been selected for this study are Makoko, Iwaya, and Ilaje. And the reason for their selection is the fact that they have been classified as some of the largest coastal slum areas in Lagos State. There are pockets of slums almost everywhere in Lagos State, but these slums are classified as being some of the largest slums, and they are located along the coastal line, very close to the lagoon. The cross-sectional survey was used for this study, and the sampling technique used was multi-stage sampling technique. The first stage being the cluster sampling of households in the slums, and the second stage was a random sampling of household units in each of the clusters that were selected. At Makoko, basically, there were 2 clusters selected. At Iwaya, there were 2 clusters as well. At Ilaje, there were 3 clusters. These clusters were based on the density of people in the location. And at Ilaje, I would also like to note that the slum areas at Ilaje, or the way the slum is organized at Ilaje, is such that there are some where you have Egun speaking dominating that area. There is another part where you have Yoruba people, dominating that area. Then there is another, the largest speaking people proper. So what we did was to sample equally about
40 respondents in each of the 3 clusters at Ilaje. The sample size altogether, we were able to get at Makoko altogether, we had 100 samples at Iwaya. We had 200, and at Ilaje, we had 200. And then the estimation technique, 3 estimation techniques were used to derive the objective. First, the descriptive statistics was used to explain the socioeconomic characteristics of the respondents. Secondly, the fuzzy set analysis was used, and basically the fuzzy, what the fuzzy set is all about is trying to find a degree of deprivation. Since our focus is living standard deprivation, it is best to adopt this fuzzy set analysis so that we'll be able to examine the degree of deprivation in each of the 6 indicators. Under the dimension of living standard, there are 6 indicators that are measured. So this fuzzy set analysis will help us to understand the degree of deprivation across these 6 indicators. The major findings, first, using the descriptive statistics, we observed that there were more males who participated in the survey at Makoko, but at Ilaje and Iwaya, more female participants were recorded. Then the age group, there were so many people across all the locations, people aged 18 to 65 partook in the survey. And then there are some other socioeconomic characteristics we also looked at. The further analysis, looking at what we got, we observed that the living standard index for Makoko had the highest living standard index, which was 0.5, above a midpoint, showing severe deprivation in living standard. But specifically, we observed that Ilaje had a relatively better indices across indicators because of the living standard, better living standard practices at the Yoruba slum of the slum. For the Ego side, closer to the coastal line, they had worse living standard practices. In the area of flooring, basically because of their house, the nature of their housing unit, they had severe deprivation. And same for assets, household goods were not common across many of the households. But for cooking fuel and electricity, as expected, Makoko and Iwaya had severe deprivation, but at Ilaje, the reason for which they do not have that severe deprivation is the fact that some households, even in the slum, have adopted the use of clean energy, such as gas, such as electricity. But at Makoko and Iwaya, many of them, because of their occupation, they are more into fishing. So they use unclean fuel sources to process the fish, and this also impacts on the cooking fuel index that was generated. For the living standard practice, we now try to look at the occurrence of flooding and the living standard practices in the slum. And it was observed that not all the indicators, these were the 6 indicators were measured, not all the indicators had direct link with flooding experience, but specifically refuse disposal, sewage disposal, and prime toilet facility and the durability of the housing units had correlation with flooding at Makoko, Iwaya, and Ilaje, which shows that the housing units that are not durable will have a higher likelihood of having flooding challenges. And then the same thing for waste and refuse disposal and sewage disposal. If it is not organized or improper disposal of waste into the environment, will also impact back on the community, causing flooding experiences. And as a result of the findings, the following recommendations were given. Some of the conclusions derived from the study is that 1, there is a severe living standard index, or there is severe living standard index in all the locations. However, Makoko is worse off. And by virtue of how Makoko slum is organized, is such that there is open defecation, they pass out their refuse into the water bodies. There is really no proper means of waste disposal, and that gave rise to the very high living standard index generated. Then it has been observed that at least 2 living standard practices have a high correlation with flooding occurrence. And as a result of these findings, the study recommended that there should be targeted interventions
with respect to channeling of waste from the communities. Instead of inappropriately disposing waste into the environment, governments and policymakers should find a way of ensuring that there is a targeted means of channeling waste from the communities. Then residents should be periodically sensitized on the need to practice proper hygiene so that they do not, so that they have good well-being and that the environment is also not negatively impacted. Then if possible, the government should subsidize clean energy, the price of clean energy to these people. Basically at Makoko and Iwaya, this is a primary occupation. So if there could be another means of processing their fish, probably through the use of other cleaner energy, they are very close to the water bodies. I know that for physics and physics, those who studied physics, there may be a way of, generating energy for these people using the water that they are that's the source they are close to. That will provide cleaner energy for the residents of Makoko and Iwaya. And this will also impact positively on the environment by reducing the negative impacts of poor energy sources. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, everybody. We're really grateful that you're here to share your papers with us for, we don't know how long you were working on them, but the fact that you allowed yourself to be vulnerable, to hear from other early career researchers and hearing our views on what you've done. So thank you for coming. Well, you've all heard their presentation. Are there questions in the room and those in the Zoom? If you have questions, I can see the hands already. Questions, comments, please feel free. We're all here to help ourselves. We're all early career researchers. So there are probably some things that they didn't address in their papers that you want to point out. So please, your comments are really important and your questions are also important. So when the mic gets to you, just introduce yourself briefly and then you ask or say your
On the Zoom, please retain your question and maybe first write them down on the chat so we can read them out loud. And then if you have a comment or something else to say, we can put you on and we can listen to you from the room here. But we just have 30 minutes, so we will try to be equal between the people in the room and the people on the Zoom who want to speak. So thank you very much. There is someone who is answering all the questions. So let's start with the room.
Yes. Who? I think he raised his hand first. Oh, for the people online, yes.
Good morning or good afternoon. So, my question, my name is Olusola Ayandele. I'm an artist and also a researcher. So my question goes to Mr. Olusola Ayandele. So I want to know why, your topic is very, very much interesting and it's quite connected to nature. So why don't you consider Guru Maharaji and nature? I mean, the spirit of Guru Maharaji the spirituality around Guru Maharaji style of worship. Like, why don't you consider that? Because you stay in Ibadan and it's not that far.
Any other questions?
I commend presenters for that wonderful effort. I have a question and a comment. The first question goes to Dr. Chukwuka. Is it Njoku Chukwudi? Chukwudi Njoku. You see, you are advocate with Port Harcourt. Do you think that is social status, economic status? So what do you think, to what extent do you think that can be implemented, especially in the Nigerian context? Thank you. Then my observation, you have a very wonderful presentation. I'm very much interested in it, but there is one thing that you should have taken into consideration, that is images, because audience to see such floats and such slopes, it will improve the value your paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question goes to Mr. Olusola Ayandele. If I can pick from your presentation, the major point there is that the younger ones today are not connected to the nature. My question is this: how do we balance the process of teaching? The reason why they are not connected to the nature is that we didn't teach them well. Now, how do we balance the process of teaching the younger ones about nature with the increase in the preaching of the foreign religions like the Islam and the Christianity that regarded everything as fetish and ungodly today? Talking about the issue of Iroko, that if you pass through Iroko, something will come out and tie into your body. How do we balance in a situation whereby you teach daughter and to the mosque on Friday, they will teach her another thing to erase what he taught her on Thursday. Same thing on Saturday, they will go to church on Sundays, then they will erase it. How do we balance it? That's my question.
Thank you very much.
My name is Isaiah Olayobe, PhD student from University of Lagos here.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sokari Victor Obafemi. Question to Mr. Chukwudi. But I was really concerned about policy trust dimension to your work. I'm really I think the facilitator was saying something about, so I don't commend, to the government, or what policy can really, the place of women who really cannot walk 10 kilometers, or who really cannot use the bicycle. So just take that into consideration in your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any question? Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Shagun Michael. Please, my question goes to Dr. Chukwudi. Please, concerning the menace of suits as in pollution of the environment in Rivers State, when the rain falls, is that area susceptible to acid rain? Just want to confirm. Thank you.
So there's one last question in the room, and then we'll go on with the question on the Zoom.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Professor Nubi. I want to appreciate the presenters. I reliably stay behind to be part of this discourse and to see to have access to the thinking of early researchers and where we are going. One, I want to say, I would make general comments on most of the presenters. One, there was a particular slide shown, and the person said 100 people can fall into it. We don't have such sweeping statement in research. We don't do it. You are not a journalist, and you can't afford to just be sensational in research. So be very careful. I want to tell us that all the areas you are looking at, they are quite fantastic. But behind your mind, as you journey along, have your mind on the end. As a researcher, what problem am I solving? What is the significance of these studies? What new knowledge am I proposing? What new ways of doing things am I advancing? Who is using this my research? how can this one turn? Because if I ask those of us in this room to say 50 problems about Nigeria and our environment, we won't look up before we begin to roll these problems out. So how is my work solving part of this problem? Those things that were hidden that we don't see. You see, one of us, a professor in the university, our deputy vice chancellor, for a long time, she lived in this estate at Yaba, opposite the Presbyterian Church. There's one fantastic estate there, beautiful estate there. But she said she was discussing with us about a few days ago that anytime she gets to UK, the first place she'll visit is ophthalmologist, the doctor, because her eyes were perpetually bringing out tears, tearing every day. But last year, she moved to campus and said that problem disappeared. She realized that she's been living in a toxic, highly polluted. But you don't see it at Yaba. But moving to campus with clean environment, that problem ceased. And that's how many people in the urban centers today were dying instrumentally. So I appreciate your work, but let us drill down. Let us drill down. Let us, the nature and our people. You know, we were born into natural environment. You don't teach nature. And then what happens to if we have detached the urban life from the nature? Like you are born in a slum, you are born in the concrete jungle of Lagos. What happened? What should we do for a curriculum that will take our people back to nature? That will make us. I want to appreciate the effort of the governor of Fashola that planted millions of trees and gave us the green Lagos to the extent that we have it today. He was the one who reclaimed all the parks in Lagos. All the parks in Lagos, quite growing up, that they built up, he resuscitated them. So, and when we are talking of climate change, we cannot divorce when we look at nature, let us marry to climate change. Very strong, because what is used with 5 degrees. So nature and bringing back nature, trees, waters into the system actually help us to fight the global warming. So our bringing back nature, trees, and all the rest is not necessarily because of the traditional issue. It's what we have to do. Let me give opportunity to those, but in our mind, is that what will I be known for? What will I be known for at the end of my journey as a researcher? What will I be known for? If there's a flood in Lagos, will journalists run to me to seek my opinion? Because I've done a lot of work in that space. What will I be known for? What portion, what part of the national problem am I resolving through research? Because we are already in knowledge economy. We are to drive the present world. So we are in a good business that we have to define our space and drill down and actually make an impact on our work. Marketing our work. Let me conclude by saying that we have grant, like the doctor that reviewed your presentation said, We had a grant that I head the research office now. 2 of our early career had a grant. They have a grant that they were looking at research communication. So we are working with industry, different layers of industry, Nollywood, service industry, manufacturing industry, to really ask them, how do you want us to communicate our research? Is the way we are communicating now, is it the reason why it's difficult for you to understand? So how do you put to, and one of the ways we want to get them involved. We want to get them involved. Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your contribution to the discussion. People on the Zoom, please mute yourself.
Sorry. On slum, because I've worked extensively on slum. Most of the waste we see at Ilaje, Makoko, they were not domestic waste. They bought them. They bought them. Those waste that you see, they bought them with their money. No. That is the self-filling materials. Those waste you saw, the way they do self-filling in those slums of Makoko Iwaya, Makoko Iwaya, Owuroshoki, when they get to this swampy area, they buy tons of waste that these people are trying to dispose of. They buy them, trucks. They bring them, they use them to some fill. You know, most the component is almost 80% sachet of pure water. So they use them to some fill. Now they put sand on top and they erect their structure. But after the first rain, the sand is washed off. And you now be wondering, how are people living on waste? That waste you saw, it cost them money. They bought them thousands of naira. Instead of taking to Oregon, they buy from them. So they use them as some land filling materials. They are not generated. Waste in those neighborhoods, they are precious to them. They use them to some fill. Thank you. Yeah, they don't generate quickly. And they are water, you know what? They are waterproof. They are waterproof. So our first impression when we started working on slum was that why are these people so filthy? Why are they so dirty? Why are they not disposing? Until we discovered that they spend thousands to buy those waste. It's a building material for them. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. It's wait.
I see majorly and
1 minute.
okay, I see what I mean.
Okay. Listen to our panelists who are waiting to answer the question that have been raised.
So as I say majorly, and also I want to accept the fact that the waste are more domestic, but the waste are also, they are moving waste from possible from VI, coming from VI, Ikoyi, coming to that environment. Although there's this part of the domestic, the people residing in that community creating that waste, but they also serve, the waste also serve as a means of business. I mean, some of them sell the plastic. I mean, you have guys coming to the community to buy the plastic from them. The people padding their boats on the inside on the water, and also picking plastic to sell. And at the end of the day, they make money through that means. So I think the so-called problem is more. Yes, I mean, it's very, very more diverse, possible from the rich guy to the poor, using plastic. I mean, if you also plastic most, yes, I mean, because they're making money.
Yeah. There is like question online that are waiting since the beginning. Give the mic after the question online. So.
Yes, this question goes to Dr. Njoku from one person actually. He's asking that, was there a clarity on the cause of soot or air pollution? Is it due to motorized transportation or due to illegal refineries or due to other factors? That's one. The other question says, was there a comparison with other cities like Lagos, metropolis, based on the volume of motorized vehicles in the chosen study area? Third is asking, if you say people should abandon their vehicles to cycle or walk, would the soot or air pollution reduce? To what extent? Then he's saying there is further need to determine the hierarchy of pollutants and scale them accordingly. And last is saying there's also need to check whether the fuel being used in that region is clean enough and the vehicle roadworthiness.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you. I appreciate this. Actually, I have to step out, before the last presentation. I'm Dr. Kolawole Oseni. I'm Director Record and Archives, Lagos Record and Archives Bureau. I'm an archaeologist and I'm also an archivist. I'm currently a chairman of Convention Planning Committee for Society of Nigerian Archivists. I happened to meet with IFRA last Thursday, Friday, to know about this program. I make it today. Well, actually, I will reserve my comment maybe to the first so that I don't take much of our time. I just want to ask this question. How do we balance, the way we recommending, keeping natural environment, with the necessary or required development, in our society? Thank you.
Okay. Respond. So this one is for Mr. Olusola Ayandele. Someone is asking, define nature, or how was it defined to people in your study? That's what he's asking. And then he's also asking, what are the roles of religious practices and discourses, but also the influence of the global and international discourse on nature? So you can
respond to them. Thank you for the question, everyone, and the contribution. So you have now, yes, each of you have 5 minutes to answer the question. So who wants to start?
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you very much. So I have a couple of questions. And of course, an observation where Professor talked about avoiding sensationalism. So that is well noted. Thank you very much, sir. Yes. So the first question here, Nigerian context and where driving is a sign of wealth, and how can we maneuver that in using non-motorized transportation? Yeah, of course, driving is a sign of wealth for many reasons, because considering different factors like insecurity on the streets while walking, temperature, rainfall, and a whole lot of other factors. If you're not driving, you will very likely get beaten by the rain. It gets very hot most of the time, except if you're living in some parts of Plateau State or some parts of Cross River State, like Obudu. It gets very hot. So if you're trekking too, you would very likely sweat a whole lot. And imagine you're going for a function and you get in there sweating, So I think those are some of the factors that make non-motorized transport inconveniencing for people. And people tend to look for more convenient ways, which is using motorized means. So I think if our cities are designed, like Calabar is not doing too badly when it comes to like having trees, lots of trees in the city. So if we have shades, then maybe more people want to trek, even when they have other alternatives of motorized transportation. Then if like the entertainment industry can talk less about how owning a vehicle is such a big deal, and maybe if the video starts singing about how important it is to trek, then maybe people that have money would also prefer to trek because the video is trekking or singing about it. So I think those are just some of the issues. Then policy dimensions, considering the vulnerable and the aged. It's more than just having walkways. If you want to go further, talking about accessibility when it comes to walking and maybe cycling, there are other issues, like it's not just to have a walkway. Does the walkway have a ramp where people can push in wheelchairs. Where this is just like the surface, having the walkways in the first place. When you have the walkways, do they have ramps? So that goes further to cater to other further accessibility issues for maybe the people with disability. And then somebody asked about the soot. Is the area susceptible to acid rain? Of course, some research have shown that there's acid rain in the city. But then I saw research that talked about it even being more in Warri than even in Port Harcourt. But yes, there's existence of acid rain based on research in Port Harcourt. People also believe that when it rains, it helps to clean out, to reduce the soot, and that may be true because most times after rain, you see that the clouds are kind of clear. Then, so clarity on the cause of the soot. Yes, research has shown that the soot is caused by illegal oil refining. And that is why when the governor did some activities recently to reduce the illegal oil refining, the soot also reduced. So not like the question from the person online, it is not to say that it is the vehicles that are causing the soot. No, but what my research is saying is that the pollution from the vehicles exacerbates the pollution in the city. And in Port Harcourt, we also have lots of these downfall buses, and most of them are bringing out black smoke, so it exacerbates the soot. That is what my own study is saying. So I didn't compare with Lagos and other cities, even though I talked about Abuja while I was presenting, but I didn't do those comparisons in my research. And would air pollution reduce, and to what extent would it reduce? So my research said that air pollution, carbon dioxide specifically, would reduce in the GRA area by 6,270.7 TC20. That is the kilogram of carbon equivalent per kilometer. So my research showed the percentage as the volume at which it will reduce, but not the percentage in comparison with all the vehicles driven in Port Harcourt. Okay, so another question or suggestion said, there's further need to determine the hierarchy of pollutants and to scale them. Yes, I agree with that, and there's room for that in further research. Okay, is the floor clean enough, and what is the roadworthiness of the vehicles? So I did not look at that, but I've not seen a study about it, but there are people talk about how most of the oil or most of the gas fuel used in maybe in the Niger Delta or even in other parts of Nigeria are from illegally refined crude. So there's a possibility that the fuel is not clean enough, but that is not what my research focused on. Thank you very much. And I have a question for you quickly. So Makoko, I was wondering, is Makoko a flood risk area or is it a riverine area? So I'm done, just that question. So I was wondering. Okay. Yeah.
All right, thank you. On guru and guru spiritual, I don't really know anything about guru's practices. Then my focus is on floodplains around the river Ono. Guru's settlement is not really on a floodplain. Yes, I think it's safe. Yeah. Then young people not connected to nature. Yes, because they are not exposed to it. Because the Prof said you can't teach nature. Really, you experience nature, but then you can also teach people. Socialization is teaching. So if people are socialized to appreciate value, if our culture is such that places so much emphasis on taking care of the environment, yes, people can learn to love and appreciate nature. Then how do we balance nature with development? That's quite difficult, especially for developing countries. Europe, they are developed, they've so much sort of destroyed the environment to develop themselves. And the advantage that they had some people are saying they are depriving us of that advantage. But if you look at some energy companies, like some oil companies, they are moving into solar. Some of them are moving into how to use wind to generate electricity, to generate energy. So yeah, companies are coming. I mean, there are cars that are not using petrol again. Tesla is using battery. So, but how do we do that? Yeah, I don't know. Then how do people define? Yes, I define nature as plants, animals, people, water bodies, mountains that you see around. Those are your natural environments. Then, yes, sir. Okay, they gave very definition of their understanding of what nature is, but I told them that this is nature, and no, I did not. I just told them I'm working on nature. Nature means this, this, and that. So please, what do you think about this? But no, I didn't ask them really to give a definition to nature. Roles of religious practices. See, Christianity in the Bible, I think Christians are taught to dominate, that God has given us dominion. Now, if you have a mentality that you are better than every other thing that God has created, you tend to have this superiority way of living, which might not be harmonious with nature. But I don't really think when God said that we should have dominion, having dominion also means you take care of these things that He has put. He has placed under your control. So yes, religious teachings should also make us know that we have to take care of nature. Yes, then global practices. You see, the developed worlds are they've done much to destroy the environment. Development has really caused more, but the effect of this development, the evil consequences of it, negative consequences of it, will be felt by the global south, by the poor people. When they are doing Eco-Atlantic, they did some sand filling that protected VI. But the market that she did these studies on, they are the ones that will suffer the consequences of protection that they've done to VI, to Ikoyi, which means some of these developments will not, it is not the rich people that will suffer the consequences, but the poor people or the poor areas. These are questions that we need to study more anyway. Thank you.
Basically, I think I have 3 concerns I should address. First, thank you to Mr. Abik. I think he has stepped out, that I should have included pictures in the slides. It was actually an oversight because I remember one of the visits to Iwaya, it was raining and the place got flooded. I took some of the pictures, but somehow I kind of forgot to include them in the slides, so apologies. Then I think the others are, okay, the concern by Dr. Chukwudi that if Makoko is a flood risk area, basically Makoko slum, the slum is raised on stilts. So it's not a flood prone area, but the issue of the way flood affects them is in their entrance into the slum. At the slum entrance, there is a way they get into their boat or canoe that drives to the flood. So when it gets flooded, it's always a problem getting access into those canoes and boats. So that is where they actually have their own problem, not in the slum per se. In the slum, they are, whether the area is flooded or not, they are safe because they are up above the waters. But in navigating into the slum is where the issue is. But for other areas, they are not raised on stilts. They are very close to the water body. And when it rains, their areas get flooded. Then I must appreciate Prof for his, for also revealing the fact that slum dwellers buy this waste to develop their slum communities. When I was carrying out the survey, the basic question I was asking is the kind of building materials they have, or the kind of building materials they use, not what they use as a foundation or something. So I think this revelation kind of also provided a new insight that so they actually can buy this waste to also, lay the foundation for their slums before building on it. So I think that that will provide another dimension to maybe further studies in this particular area. Thank you for your comments.
So thank you everyone for this first panel of this day. And now we have 40 minutes lunch break. So we will resume at like 50. So people on the Zoom by 2 will be there, and we'll resume with the session and with the little interlude we plan. So thank you very much. There will be like the documentary that will be screened. I present them. I will present soft mix. Thank you. So in Lagos, there was a study from Dr. Pauline Guinard, who collaborates with Oluwaseyi Eniayo, a Nigerian sound artist from Lagos, known also as soft mix. And they use soundscape in a research artist collaboration, as I just said, to answer the main question of Dr. Guinard's research: where is Bar Beach? In Osogbo, 2 PhD candidates, Eniola Afolayan from University of Virginia in the United States, and myself, Rémi Jenvrin, from the CNRS and University Paris 1 Panthéon-Sorbonne in France, we used sensitive mapping to represent the Ocean Grove UNESCO site from the perspective of the people who walk, cross, and pray in the forest, in that forest. So the question asked to the NCMM member for the National Commission Monuments and Museum staff member was, what is the forest for you? So these 2 projects are research creation. They combine scientific and artistic practice to devise innovative way of producing, presenting, and sharing scientific knowledge through creation, experimentation. So this definition is based on the article of Chapman and Sochuk in 2012, entitled Research Creation, Intervention, Analysis, and Family Resemblances. So soundscape is a combination of sounds that form a specific environment. And in Lagos, the specific environment that was used, the specific environment were Oniru Beach, Elegushi Beach, Eco-Atlantic City, but also Amabelo Way and Bar Beach Towers and the Bar Beach Towers. So the sound recording and mixing were used to reproduce these specific environments to give the sensation of being in this particular sound environment, but also to grasp inhabitants' representation of what Bar Beach was or still is for them. So in my own project with Eniola, the sensitive mapping is a way of representing space and place as they are experienced and imaginized, by individual or groups. So in the Ocean Grove, in Osogbo, sensitive mapping allows everyone to access some of the diverse practices that coexist in this single place, and especially the perspective of some of the NCMM staff members, some children crossing the forest every day, and one of the worshippers. But it's a still ongoing work, and I intend to continue this work. So one key aspect of these methodologies is to produce and share the scientific knowledge in alternative ways. So that's why we did an exhibition. So with Eniola, Dr. Pauline, and also Shei in Ibadan a few months ago. And you can see at the end of the room behind you, you can see the poster that is summarized what I just said about research creation, and also a book where, if you want, you can write a few words on here about the work of Dr. Pauline, and you can find on the I can give you the room.
Garbage. Do you know where it is?
Yes,
This is garbage.
No. You can find this video online on the website. So Bimbo, can you send the link? Yes. So the people on the Zoom, you will find the link to this video online direct on the chat. Sorry, you can access it. Answer the main question of their study, which was, where is garbage to you? So thank you for listening. You will find also their contacts on this website. So now let's give the room to Deji's Akinpelu documentary filming work on floodings in Oromosoki that can contribute to the theme of today's roundtable, urban life and environmental changes. Scenes, videos, and documentaries are also a way to disseminate works and scientific works. So that's why we wanted to show you this documentary to add something to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Oromosoki is a waterside community in Kashofe local government area of Lagos State. It is located up north within the mainland part of Lagos and shares boundaries with Bariga, Ifako, Ogudu, and the Lagoon. The original settlers of Oromosoki are the Aworis, who were mostly nomadic farmers, and today Oromosoki is a waterside community in Kashofe local government area of Lagos State. It is located up north within the mainland part of Lagos and shares boundaries with Bariga, Ifako, Ogudu, and the Lagoon. The original settlers of Oromosoki are the Aworis, who were mostly nomadic farmers, and to date, a substantial number of residents engage in trading and fishing. Beyond the benefits for livelihood, the lagoon also trickles down into a smaller ecosystem called wetlands. They are the shallow marshy land between the lagoon and vegetation that surrounds Oromosoki. Unfortunately, the community has continued to expand over the years, and with more development, the rate of encroachment on the wetlands have rapidly increased. Since 1965, about 40% of the wetlands in Lagos have been lost to sand filling and land reclamation activities. The largest to date began in 2017 at Owuru. The Lagos State government commenced a sand filling project as a first stage to transforming the blighted areas of Oromosoki waterfront into one of the biggest transportation, tourism, and entertainment hubs in Nigeria. About 29.45 hectares of land in Owuru has successfully been sand filled since 2017, and the result of this and other reclamation attempts has been bittersweet for the Oromosoki community. Some residents were able to tell us about themselves and their experiences with the flooding situation in Oromosoki, particularly since the sand filling project around the wetlands commenced.
Every single year has been the worst, you understand? And, you know, since when they started sand filling this place, even before they started sand filling, we've been experiencing flood. Most of the time, we had to pack from our former house down to our new house because of that same flood issues, because it's always affecting us.
For most, the story has been immensely devastating each year.
My experience has been terrible. whenever a single rain falls, I must pack water and raise up things in my house. Even if it falls 1 a.m., 2 a.m., I must be awake. There's no time rain falls that I will be sleeping. That's how terrible it is.
Claiming the lives and properties of people in their community.
It drains children, whereby it claims lives, apart from properties. It claims lives, several lives. Sometimes you see children being thrown in water many times.
According to the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, an average of 208,000 displacements per year is expected to occur due to floodwaters in Nigeria. Residents like Toby have had to either relocate to another street or completely leave Oworo behind. The commissioner, Mr. Tunji Bello, earlier this year announced that we should expect 250 to 270 days of rainfall in Lagos. And since the rainy season has started, the people of Oworo have struggled.
2020 has been the worst compared to other years.
With more than 10 kilometers of road submerged during a heavy downpour, many businesses are affected each year as streets leading to shops are completely flooded and inaccessible.
We have so many jobs and businesses close to my house, around my house, and on the streets, whenever it rains, it's always flooded, and most of the time it enters their shop, affects most of their store.
Awalomo and Ayetoro are some of the most flooded areas during the rainy season in Oworo.
In an area like Akerele area, Lagos streets, then at the back of that Lagos streets, close to Odueron area, all those areas are serious flood area. Aralamu, Ayetoro, all those Ibadan streets are also the same, are also having the same problem.
Residents on the ground floor bear more of an impact from the flood.
I've never in my life seen whereby flood will fall to at least 6 feet of a human being. Maybe you are walking in the stream of that water, then you fall anybody with 5 feet. And it is only people that are living upstairs that are enjoying staying up. Those who living ground floor of every building are being flooded.
Most residents are unable to leave their homes and struggle to meet up with their daily activities.
Whenever it happens, you may likely stay home throughout that day, 2, 3, 4 days, not going out, except the water flow.
The situation is often difficult to manage, and residents like Toby cope by packing out the flood waters from their homes.
We have to start packing water outside of my house, straight down to the main even the main streets. We still have water flooded, so there's no way, no practical solution to which the water would have just left.
Each year, the people have depended on the promises from the government as a solution.
In the year 2019, we started hearing news that we need to work on flood issues. We get that every year from the governor, that we need to work on flood. And at the end of the day, each governor comes and nothing will start to be done.
The lack of commitment through each administration to address the flooding situation seems to be the biggest contribution to the recurring crisis in the world.
Méròdù street tó wọ Méròdù yìí kì í ṣe 15 ṣùgbọ́n bẹ́ẹ̀ tí wọ́n ṣe kọ́kọ́ fún wa nú ẹ̀ kọ́tà yìí sì wọ́n ní wọ́n máa ṣe irú ọ̀gbàrá ya lé orí ya ṣọ́ọ̀bù àwa táwa ń bí là ń là ìjọba ò rí kankan ṣe fún wa nínú ẹ̀ pé tán bá wa ṣe wọn ò rí kankan ṣe fún wa à ń bọ̀ náà náà ń sọ fún wa.
Some residents have even attempted writing to the government about their plight.
Sometimes ago I wrote a letter to Minister of Environment to tell them about all the canals they refused to use to come up.
In 2017, the state government began sand filling activities around Oworo, and events have played on more negative than positive events for its residents over the years.
The sand filling has it has been an advantage, and at the same time disadvantage. But when it comes to the advantage part of it, it's just say 20%. Now, disadvantage, I can see 95%. Because 20% in such a way that, yes, sand filling had made the community attractive in such a way that people can easily move from one place to another. But when the sand filling started, disadvantage parts of it, it affected community. I can't say a house, community as a whole.
The sand filling that is taking place in that place has a development impact, but at the same time, it has its own disadvantages. Depending on the plan that will be taken to that place, nobody ever knows what will happen in the near futures. Though the spaces is being sand-filled up, but the drainage is not yet cleared till date. Because what I expected that the canal ought to have been cast by the government.
And for some, this kind of illegal construction along the drainage in Oworo is to blame for the yearly struggles with flood.
Sometimes you see children being thrown in the water many times. And because of all this problem is those illegal construction along the drainage part, most especially Bega, Akele, canal by the Catholic Church, linking to Lagos State. All these areas are affected places.
The people are not aware of what plans the government has for the location, but are extremely concerned about the lack of interest by the government to focus on the drainage issues.
What I expected that the canal ought to have been cast by the government. If it's not by the government, maybe by the contractor sampling the environment. They need to consider the poor people also.
About 60% of streets in Oworo-Shoki do not have a proper drainage system, and most of the gutters are not linked to the natural drainage channels. So when it rains, the water flows back to the street, and the sand filling has made it even more difficult for the community whenever it rains.
When they were doing the sand filling, whenever it rains, the water that's supposed to pass through to the canal gets back into the house. When it's filled up, it gets into each houses.
Over 15 years in Oworo-Shoki, and residents like Sarah and Mrs. Adija believe the lack of drainage in the community has been the biggest problem for residents, especially during the rainy season. 15 to 18 years in Oworo, and the situation with the drainage system has stayed the same for residents like Sarah.
It's here, if the rain falls, there is no water. No place that is well used to follow go. If the rain just falls, you just follow enter house.
Water is not the problem. It's the roads and the drainage that is the biggest problem. Things that are meant to be brought into our environment cannot be brought in when rain falls.
Road wa ọjà kì í ṣe pé omi fi bẹ́ẹ̀ ń dànù wá bí. Kọ́tà gangan ni issue nǹkan tó ń dà wá láàmú pẹ̀lú títì. Ṣẹ́rí títì wa yìí sí tójò bá rọ̀ ẹ̀ lè wọlé. So àìmọye nǹkan míì tó yẹ kó wọlé síbi tójò bá ti rọ̀ kò dé ráyè wọlé.
As a fishing community, most of the residents have lost their only source of livelihood. Since the sand filling commenced, most of the market sellers have been unable to sell because of the drainage problem.
If you come for this, most of this place, they used to kill fish. You understand? That's what I know. And the money like this, if you come, you see people that is selling and buying markets for this river.
While some residents believe the government has made a commendable effort with removing waste from the canal and drainage.
The only thing, like I said initially, the commissioner has been helpful. And I feel it's a directive from the governor or Lagos State government itself. You know, it started by taking out debts from the canal. So it feels that the more we have debts in the canal, the more we have floods in the community. So the act of removing debts should be able to reduce the flood. And I think that's an initiative that's been helpful in a way.
Some residents believe that the government has failed to address the poor drainage situation by not casting the canal.
I can easily say that government are not doing anything. For many years, this canal has been in existence. They failed to cast it. If you go to Osogbo, you see canal being cast all over around. Go to Ikeja, you see the canal being cast. But here, they just pack it and leave it like that.
Eventually, the people of Oworo had to find a solution within their community. This need led to the establishment of a youth forum as a platform to sensitize themselves on the problem and find a way forward.
The initiative of Oworo Youth Forum came into play, And we started making sensitization on how to battle these flood issues. From there, although we had our commissioner, our own commissioner, his own, may so rest in perfect peace. We know him as Peperito, yeah. So he came up with that initiative to like work on the flood issue. He said we should just stop dumping refuse in canals, and he came up with the idea of, okay, let's bring an idea whereby we start getting refuse out of the canal. So he came up with that issue, and then I will see some trailers and machines coming to take out dirty from the canal.
Although these groups work closely with the local government to push the state government to action, all efforts seem to be in vain for residents.
Both the CDA, the CDC have tried enough through the local government, times that number, to attract the state government to the problem we are having, but all efforts in vain.
Social media has been a powerful tool for the community to communicate with the government by capturing photos and videos of the events happening in Oworu.
I've not seen something physical from any of individuals than to just send information across on social media, my house is affected and all. And I think with that, it has really been helpful in a little way to send information direct to the government.
Community platforms have particularly been crucial in capturing the struggles of the residents and giving some hope, believing that continuously sharing their story will eventually lead to a more permanent solution for Oworoshoki.
I love what Oworu Youth Forum is doing right now, and Oworu TV. They are sending information across as at what is happening in Oworu right now. So I believe the best way is for us to still make a perfect information, trying to get reach to, because we cannot handle this matter on our own. We have to come together and handle it together. So we need to get more people to pass more information, to get more people that the community is being affected, to pass information straight to the government so they can come and affect the community with solutions.
Some residents believe that the solution can only come if the governor is willing to take an active role in particularly improving Oworoshoki.
His Excellency Governor Olajide Sanwo-Olu should come in aid to this our problem. If he himself feel for the citizen, he ought to have asked, where is this environment? He should come and walk through every of the environment, whether it's ideal to live with the situation there.
Residents like Mrs. Ajida, a provision seller in Oworu, can only hope that the floods do not take away all they have in the community.
Àdúrà tó máa pọ̀ jù ni nítorí Jésù Olúwa sọ pé òun ò ní fomi payé rẹ́ mọ́ nítorí tómi bá pọ̀ nǹkan á bàjẹ́.
We have seen some communities like Adeniji Adele and Divine Estate built through this process of sand filling gradually deteriorate over the years. As we ignorantly continue these activities that destroy and encroach the wetlands, we risk losing what is left of communities like Oworu in a few years. Although many of the community members like us look up to the state government for a solution, Lagosians need to take ownership and protect our communities. The Lagos Wetland Campaign is pushing for a solution we already have in our communities. The wetlands are an underrated part of our communities that absorb excess water during heavy rainfall, provide a source of livelihood to wetland farmers, and have an economic potential through tourism. We need to stop encroachment and direct more resources and policies towards protecting the wetlands. We need to take charge and demand better, not just from the government, but from ourselves. Join the Lagos Wetland Advocacy Group. Oworoshoki is a waterside community in Kashofe local government area of Lagos State.
Okay,
it is located up north within the mainland part of Lagos and shares boundaries with Bariga, Ifako, Ogudu, and the Lagoon. The original settlers of Oworoshoki are the Aworis.
So this was a film made by Deji Akinpelu and commissioned by Lagos Urban Development Initiative. It's a very recent work, so we are sorry we couldn't get the version with the subtitles, so sorry for the non-Yoruba speakers. And so now we are going to welcome all the speakers for the second panel to come to join me on stage. So this second panel, so you can now, to be clear. I will be moderating this panel with Temilade and me. Please, don't be shy. Please come. Yeah, all the from the from. Thank you. So this film was quite interesting and really allowed us to make a transition between the first and the second panel, and also this question of creative methodologies. As you could see, it's another way also to do research and to tackle the issues that we could discuss during the first panel and that we will discuss during the second panel, and especially like all the levels of decisions and the levels where the, please come as well, and all the levels of discussions of these flooding issues, as Professor Lawanson mentioned this morning, Keynote Lecture. So I think we are all there. Welcome all of you for this second panel that is titled Narratives on Urban Environmental Issues, Awareness, Agencies and Actions. We will have very different disciplines this afternoon. So from history, musicology and political science. And we have a guest speaker for this panel as well, who is Mr. Anthony Adejuwon. I think you introduced yourself very briefly this morning, but I will still give a presentation of you. So you're a web developer and an experienced young environmental and social accountability advocate. You're currently the team leader of Urban Alert, a civic tech initiative that leverages technology to amplify the voices of the people in areas of social injustice, environmental and public facility degradation. So Anthony Adejuwon initiated recently the hashtag Save the Ocean River campaign, which went viral in the last months. This campaign seeks to alert all stakeholders and engage them to act fast on protecting the 213 kilometers ocean rivers, other water bodies that have been with mercury as a result of illegal, regulated activities. Sorry, I don't know if it, okay. And like, sorry. So this ocean river heavily contaminated with mercury, lead, cyanide as a result of illegal and activities in Ocean State, Nigeria. So we are very pleased as our guest this, and I think you will bring to this table, especially with your great experience in handling also. Will they still hear me on Zoom? Okay, great. So I think your experience in handling different level discussion with different level of government and stakeholders in this campaign of Save Ocean River will be very insightful for this panel, and we hope to hear your feedback and your experience with this campaign. So the first paper for this afternoon will be presented by, so maybe I should just give the name of all our panelists for this afternoon. We have Nadir Anasidi, who will be the first, we will present the first paper. Then we have a co-authored paper by Victor Sokari and Oluwaseyi Eniayo. And then we have the last paper of the day by Deborah Lawal. I forgot your middle name. And so the first paper will be given by Nadir Anasidi from the Department of History, University of Ghana, Legon. He will examine the role played by landscapes architects in the development of the city of Kano and their implication for the conservation of nature and urban heritage in the city. So you have 15 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, the one up. No. Second to the last. The pointer, please. Thank you very much. My name is Nadir Abdulhadi Nasidi, and the title of my presentation today is Urbanism and the Conservation of the Natural Environment for Sustainable Development, a case study of Kano State from Nigeria from 1989 to 2020. I would like to keep this presentation very brief, as much as I can. You see, the word urbanism largely refers to any study dealing with human interactions between human beings and their environment largely. That is urbanism. So scholars have written extensively on urbanization and some of its challenges, but however, scholars are still pushing for a critical reassessment of the impact of urbanization on our environment, especially large cities in the country. So based on this, Bello 2014 and Okopi 2021 and Absalam 2014 argued that there should be a serious academic researches on urbanization, especially the ones geared towards bringing out the implications, because urbanization is the development, but it comes away, along with challenges to the cities and the people who are dwellers in them. So the researchers should be largely bringing out the implications, then how to manage urbanization as well as infrastructure, which is part of the. So these problems led to the swift conversion, for example, in cities like Kano, of natural green areas, green lands, and important open spaces into either residential or commercial sites, which is a serious problem in Kano particularly. So these called on the attention of the state government to enact laws, regulations, and policies, as well as edicts on town planning, and also the conversion of natural green spaces to either commercial or industrial purposes. So one of the steps taken by the government is the establishment of an agency called KASEPA, Kano State Environmental Planning and Protection Agency, in 1989 to take care of some of the things the paper will discuss in details, which metamorphosed in 1990 into KANUBDA, that is Kano State Urban Planning Development Authority, which is also in charge of town planning and development, so as to make sure that such problems are addressed properly. So this paper basically is going to look at the role of the state government as well as landscape architects in the development of Kano capital city, with particular reference to greening project, Dala Hill, walkways preservation, and so on and so forth. So that's what. Okay, the study area now. Kano is one of the largest cities in Nigeria, if not the largest, because there are still contestations with Lagosians. The case is in the court of law. We are saying, yes, Kano is the largest. Lagosians are saying no. So it's in court now. It has not been decided. So Kano, my study area lies between this latitude 11 degrees, 59 minutes to 59.57 seconds north. And that also coordinates longitudes east. It covers about 481 meters above the sea level, the study area. So based on the 2006 population census, the area was said to be having 1,147,829, spreading across 54 kilometers, square kilometers. So the Kano capital city today occupies or incorporates within it important sites. For example, like the Kano City Wall, which was built about 500 or 600 years ago during the reign of Ibn Saraki. And then the famous Kano Kurmi Market, which is over 1,000 years. Then the Emir's Palace is also situated in that place. The Central Mosque, which is the first built in the 14th century, during Muhammad Rumfa. Then the oldest dying pits also are located in the same area, Gidan Makama Museum, Dala, and Gorondusa Hills. All these areas mentioned are shortlisted by UNESCO as cultural and heritage sites a few years ago. So this is an example of the Kano capital city, a picture of the Kano capital city taken from the Dala Hill, which is the sources on Wikipedia, 2005. So basically, according to these scholars, McGrahan and Scatterup, in 2014, they argue that there should be a broad-based rural-urban transition, largely dealing with population growth, land use, economy, and culture. So this also brings into our discussion this difference between urbanization or urban centers and rural ones, because the dichotomy now seems to have been blurred, according to many scholars. So urbanization has challenges, as I've said, but most scholars are of the view that if urbanization and its challenges are going to be addressed through an exclusionary policy or exclusionary policies, there is likelihood to have some negative consequences on the socio-economic and environmental aspects of human life. So according to Jawab in 1950, from 1950 to 2015, there is rapid development in terms of population, especially in developing nations, which he argues that is from 300 million to almost 1 billion in urban areas, with particular reference to Africa. Then that means the shared triple increment from 17% to 50%. Then according to Okopi 2001, rapid urbanization, population expansion in Kano signals a serious threat to urban environmental development and sustainability, which is the central focus of my presentation today. So also cities and their landscapes suffer from uncoordinated human activities, the emergence of slums, for example, conversion of green areas into industrial or commercial centers, wetland, water bodies, and air-marked open spaces to either commercial or residential areas, which is one of the biggest challenges in Kano. So now we look at the role of landscape architects in conjunction with the state government to save the situation, which I start in 1964 already, before the creation of Kano as a state, which was in 1967. There was this Urban Development Agency in 1964, which gave birth, based on Edict number 5 of 1976, as well as building regulations of 1987 and 1988, gave birth to the establishment of Kasepa, as well as Kanubda. Kasepa metamorphosed into Kanubda. I will explain. So the role of these two agencies are, for example, number 1, they give approval for government, commercial, communal, or private to conform with the city plan. 2, the supervision of approved building plans to ensure information conformity to existing regulations based on the edicts of the state. Then they also issue stop notice, ordering instructing developers to stop further development when they violate the city master plan. There is also the maintenance of proper sanitary conditions, amenities, as well as conveniences. Then the prevention of building and other objects of architectural, historical, or artistic interest, as well as places of natural interest and beauty, as well as planning and designing of Kano housing estate in the urban areas. These are the major responsibilities of Kanubda today, which was earlier on known as Kasepa. Then, based on the report of 2021 of IFLA, International Federation of Landscape Architects, they itemized 5 important roles of landscape architects in urbanized cities. One is the improvement of health and the well-being of people who are dwelling in the cities. Then understanding and considering natural process so as to support the Green Deal initiatives. I will come to discuss. Then the application of socio-economic and environmental sustainability to landscape projects in order to avoid climate change and manage microclimates. Then fourth, the enhancement of environmental value with a view to implementing resource management policies. And finally, to ensure the social context of landscapes, e.g. visual, environmental, access, use, as well as heritage located within the cities. So with particular reference to Kano, these, between my research starts from 1989, so I'm dwelling largely on 2 administrations. Rabi Musa Konkosot administration, that is when we experienced these projects from 1999 to 2003, and he came back for the second term from 2011 to 2015. Then there was an interjection of another government by Male Ibrahim Shekaro from 2003 to 2011. And through the former, which is Male Konkoso, they initiated projects. Most of these projects are, for example, the first one, which is the greening project. In the 1980s, there was this deforestation in Kano. People were cutting down trees for economic activities. So the government now wanted to plant 3 million neem trees and other edible trees within the city, apart from the aesthetics to serve in the conservation of the natural environment, especially problems from desertification, flood, and so on and so forth. This also project was in conjunction with other non-governmental organizations like Mandela Foundation and the rest. These are the examples of the trees planted by the government. This is in front of the Emir's Palace in Kano. Then also the Dala Hill project. Dala is a hill with a great historical significance in Kano, because before the introduction of Islam, people were worshiping spirits on the Dala Hill. So even after the Sokoto Jihad of 1804 and the consolidation of Islam, the puritanical Islam in Kano, still the place occupies a central position in the people's culture. So now tourists are coming to the place. So the government, apart from preserving the hill, so in conjunction with landscape architects, they built staircase leading to the top of the place, which serves economic purpose and also conservation of the natural environment. This is the example. This is the Dala Hill. This is the work, the construction of the staircase to the top. Then the city also suffers from sewage dumping in puddles within the city. So the government part of the program was the conversion of such puddles into resort centers, whereby sewage would be removed, and then fishes would be farmed, and then boats and other things of peaceful contemplation will be put in place for the conservation of the natural environment. I have an example of one such puddle. Before it was used for sewage dumping ground, the state government cleared it. Now it's a resort. So they are converting such areas within the capital city into such. So, and then another project was the interlocking of pedestrian walkways throughout the capital city, in front of houses, in front of roads, walkways like that. So this project, apart from beautifying the city, it has also made life very easy for passers-by, especially during the rainy season, such as walkways becoming accessible to people. I have an example. These are some of the walkways around the capital city constructed. Not to take too much of our time, these are some of the challenges which need to be addressed based on my research. The paper finds the following challenges. One, literature and constituted authorities in Kano do not fully recognize landscape architects as key players in the preparation of plans and designs that take into consideration land resource for environmental, aesthetical, and economic security. Okay. Then there is the proper landscape monitoring mechanism, lack of proper landscape monitoring mechanism in Kano, which are also weak due to corruption on the side of both the government, town planning agency like Kanubda, because sometimes somebody can build wrongly, and when he pays them, then they will allow him. Then there is lack of the existence of landscape architecture as a course in the universities especially in Nigeria and other tertiary institutions within the state in particular, and Nigeria in general. So basically, my research tries to bring out the role of the state government and landscape architects in the conservation of the natural environment. I've discussed 4 important issues. For example, like the greening project, the preservation of the natural environment, for example, the Dala Hill, which is one of the tourism centers in the state. And it's also, most of these places are shortlisted as UNESCO cultural heritage sites. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sometimes it's hard to do the work of a timekeeper. It seems you're pushing them to end. But that was a beautiful presentation nonetheless. Thank you for giving us that. Now next we'll be having Victor Sokari and Olusola Ayandele, both from the Obafemi. Oluwaseyi, I beg your pardon. Both from the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, but Victor is from Niger Delta University, Bayelsa State. Please let's have them talk on how NGOs are involved in awareness raising around soot and other forms of pollution in urban cities. Thank you. While we set up, I would just like us to remember that this panel seeks to address basically the narratives around urban environmental issues. The key things we're looking at, this awareness creation, all right? So those are some of the things I'd like you to look out for in their presentations, the agency of the actors that are involved in the actors and the actions that are being taken. So please, in preparing your questions and your contributions, let's look at these themes and let's see how we can nudge their research forward. Okay, so once again, let's make welcome Victor.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are here to present a paper on non-governmental organizations, response actions, and the soot pollution conundrum in Port Harcourt. The environment is so important to man. I mean, it's the biggest influencer of human life. Why? Because we live in the environment. And well, sadly, over the years, environmental air quality issues have really affected environmental air pollution quality and its deterioration has really affected human existence. As a matter of fact, over 80% of the world population is affected, urban dwellers rather, are affected with the issue of poor environment quality. And for example, in sub-Saharan Africa, this exceeds the World Health Organization's guideline of 72% across sub-Saharan Africa. Now, the effect of poor air quality can be found in issues of cardiopulmonary infections, increased hospitalization, cancers, systemic and reproductive morbidity and mortality, and reduced life expectancy. As a matter of fact, the end product, most cases, is death. Now, Port Harcourt or Nigeria, Port Harcourt in Nigeria is not exempted from this case in the sense that in the fourth quarter of 2016, people woke up in the morning and started feeling the hazy of soot pollution in Port Harcourt. And since then, the narrative has required or has attracted a whole lot of scholarly and public attention. Now, but very more important, the fact that the big question everyone needs to answer is, what's the role of NGOs in terms of providing the mitigation, adaptation narrative on how residents of Port Harcourt could interact and cope with the soot pollution problem? Now, that brings us to the issue that we're going to be addressing today. Now, a whole lot of studies have been done. Jack and Zibima 2021, they did a work on the public health effects of soot pollution and coping mechanisms. Yakubu did another one on impact and perception in 2018. Now, while all these studies exist, there is a gap. And that gap seems to look at the area where NGOs, what's their role? What's the response actions? Now, we are so particular about NGOs in the sense that NGOs have emerged. They have emerged as toward party, policy influencers. This is giving their wide outreach, their expertise, their professionalism in carrying out their advocacies. And so we're very particular. What have they done while soot pollution ravaged the city of Port Harcourt? This study was very, very keen about how to balance, to validate inferences with objectivity. And for that reason, the study employed a mixed method design where we collected both quantitative and qualitative data. Now, from the findings we made, all right, let me just go to the objective. The objective is simple: to examine the response made by NGOs on mitigation, adaptation, advocacy as urban dwellers interact with soot pollution. The second objective is to identify the challenges faced by NGOs while performing their objectives. Now, the justification of this study is simple. The key emphasis on NGOs is anchored on their capacity and professionalism to provide wide outreach in various social, economic, and political contexts of urban collectives. Now, in an already excruciating political, social, and economic context in Port Harcourt, the people are already finding a way to cope before the emergence of soot pollution. Now, we try to buttress this study with a theory, and we discovered that the Hovland-Yale's communication and persuasion theory, which seeks to examine the role of communication and how people can be persuaded to change their behavior concerning social phenomenon. And we discovered that NGOs are very suitable into this theory, in the sense that they've emerged. Bezos and Benoit, they made a very good assertion about the role of NGOs. They describe them as third forces for pushing and establishing effective environmental policies. As a matter of fact, governments all over the world today outsource environmental issues to NGOs and to see how environmental quality can be achieved. Now, like I said, the study was carried out in Port Harcourt. The study was very selective about certain areas. For those of us who are very conversant with Port Harcourt, you will know that there's a community called Rumolumini, is along the riverside. Transamadi is along the riverside. Choba is along the riverside. Ogunabali is within, and then Rumodomaya around the riverside too. But then Ugoba is a bit away from the riverside. Now, why these areas were picked is because we got to find out in the study that most of, like we will find out, most of in short, the critical cause of soot pollution is as a result of artisanal or illegal oil refineries or refining activities. And these areas are susceptible, or they are prone to these areas where illegal oil refineries. Now, we sampled, we use a simple random sampling technique to collect data from there and then complement it with qualitative data. And so the next round, or the next set of our population, were different NGOs. Now, we pick different NGOs from the youth right actions. Like you can see them. Other ones we have, we mentioned. Okay. Now we went to the government first. We took 2 staffs of River State Ministry of Environment, River State Environmental Sanitation Authority, and then we also picked other NGOs. Okay. We picked a journalist from 2 private-owned media houses, and then the other NGOs we picked were picked from the Environmental Rights Action, and then we also picked from Youth and Environment Advocacy Network, and several others that are there. I really, because of time, I really can't mention them now. Now, what we did is we triangulate the data we gathered. Now, if you observe, about 89% of the research participants agree that soot pollution is the most prevalent in Port Harcourt. Now, 91.5% of the research participants also agreed that soot pollution is actually caused by oil refining, illegal oil refining activities. Now, when we try to, substantiate or find out how that was really, we went to a staff of Rivers State Ministry of Health, who told us that really in the hospitals, most of the patients that within the period of 2021, that most of the patients they've attended to are patients who a very funny finding was made. We interviewed a staff of Ministry, River State Environmental Sanitation Authority, who said the reason why government does not really pay attention to NGOs is because many NGOs have turned out to be political tools. And so he gave a narrative where, I wish it was on so you could see his statements where he was stating them. He said the soot pollution in Port Harcourt has been overblown by the opposition party. That what people hear in Port Harcourt and outside Port Harcourt is overblown political dynamics that most of us don't understand. But then when we ask them, then a member, I can be very sure. Okay, go to, yes. Go to the challenges. The challenges. Okay, click there, let me see. Yeah. Click there. I'm sorry, I just want to give, yes, please, go back. Go to, yeah, no, down. Anyway, let me just summarize by saying this. Sorry, our slides really happened this way. But then when we discovered again that, as a matter of fact, one of the issues raised by NGOs members is that they are facing security issues. As much that, like what he said was, when we do these advocacies, the people who are into illegal oil refineries are violent people. And so when they find out that we are really advocating about providing quality environment, they come after us. As a matter of fact, a member of one of the NGOs said he was brutally attacked when he came back from the US. After taking the issue of soot conundrum to the US to campaign, he came back and he was attacked. So the findings we made is that security was seriously an issue that NGOs are facing. And then the last was the issue of trust. NGOs also agreed that people don't trust them anymore. Why? Because already politicians are already, establishing NGOs who are now used to score cheap political points. Now, to summarize, and the conclusion we made was very simple. We said, while NGOs have made attempts, the strategy and the designs, the implementation, are not in tandem with what the public expects. And that is as a result of the fact that they have not been engaged, they are not getting the necessary support they need from government and the public. However, we also recommend that the government in River State and governments elsewhere should also start seeing NGOs as very critical faces or key role players to issues of governance, especially environmental governance. Why? Because they have grown the capacity over the years. It's established in literature that they have what it takes to assist in solving environmental issues. And this, in very many ways, can inform public policy imperatives. Thank you very much.
A round of applause for that presentation. Once again, please let's put hands together for Victor. Sometimes it's difficult to talk when you don't have a slide. That's the true image of a researcher. You have to speak directly to your work since you did the work. That was a nice one. Thank you for that. Now, without wasting time, let us have Deborah Lawal. Deborah is from the Federal College of Education, Abeokuta, and her discipline is ecomusicology. She's looking at how humans, city dwellers understand the city or understand the environment of the city through songs. I think this is one of the interesting studies that I've read. Please let's put hands together once again for Deborah.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. Yes, that's it. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. So I'm looking at sounding the impact of ecological transformation in Lagos City, Nigeria. And I just want you to look at this picture. You see the traffic in the first image, the gridlock, and this is, I think, leading to the Third Mainland Bridge. And at first you feel, okay, they are making use of the environment. But look at the second image. You will see over time what it can result into. As we go about our daily activities as human beings, we directly and indirectly interact with our environment. As we do that, we are either giving to the environment or taking from the environment. So you have different cars, different weight of cars moving on this road daily. And so if you have a road that is not maintained, a road that is not supposed to carry so much weight, you will begin to have this issue. And then it can lead to flooding. Let's not even talk about the air pollution from the buses that are not roadworthy and all of that. All these come together because we have no option but to interact with our environment. And it's either we are giving to it or we are taking from it. All right. Yeah. Down. All right. So you may ask, why did I choose Lagos? I know my brother here has taken the case to court, and we're still trying to see who would win. But really, standing on the existing data, I think Lagos is at the forefront, and we're going to win this case. Yes, look at population. Every year, we are expecting that Lagos, from research, will increase in terms of population by 6.0% every year. That means it can be more, but it cannot be less. I have not seen any research so far that has given us less than this. The next reason why I chose Lagos for my research is because of the financial strength of Lagos. Lagos is contributing about 35.6% of the GDP to the national purse in terms of revenue. You know, so I don't think there's another state that contributes that much to the government's purse. And I don't think there's another state that has the capacity to self-exist like Lagos based on my research. Another reason why I chose Lagos is because of the investment. The number of commercial hubs, commercial buildings and establishments that exist, and still some are already in the process of getting approval. And from my research, it will always definitely, investment will always attract more people because you need people to work in this establishment. Now, why is it that myself as a musicologist, why am I involved in environmental studies? I think the beautiful thing about present research is the ability for interdisciplinary research to fit into any area. And research has shown that music can fit into any discipline. There is nothing you talk about that you cannot bring music into it. And so while we are calling on those in political science, and we are calling on those in law, and we are calling on those in science to come into this study, I think the first set of people we should call should be musicologists, because they have what it takes to get involved in research for a sustainable environment. You know, ecomusicology is coined from two words, ecology and music. And that's the study of music, culture, and environment, and nature, which is also environment. You bring man, bring his environment, and you bring music into it. And I think there's nothing else that would be missing. So my method, apart from picking those who have stayed in Lagos for over a decade to interview them based on their experiences in terms of what the environment, what they have experienced in their environment, I also interviewed them based on their perception to certain songs that are quite popular in Lagos and even in the world. These songs are not national, they're international. You can hear them all over. In fact, one of the artists that I featured won the Grammys. So then another thing I did was, okay, to analyze popular songs in terms of their lyrics, textual analysis. And I also went through newspaper publications and articles that have worked on this area in terms of environment, pollution, and the rest. Now, all these that I did on my method was guided by ecomusicological theory and the idea of musical environmentalism. Now, before we go on, I want us to please listen to this song. Can you play it for me? Sorry, I had to compress the quality so that I could send it as an attachment via email. All right, so I just I just picked some out of it. I didn't want to use them because of my time. Now, not just in the lyrics, you could see the depiction there of that environmental area. It's already showing you that this is eco. And the repetition in this song is eco lele, eco lawa. It's telling you what you're watching in the video and what I'm saying is that this is Lagos. This is a typical representation of Lagos. You can't get anything different from this. Now, I said it portrays, if you listen to the full lyrics, which is in my work, it portrays what happens in Lagos. Lagos is a hustling ground. And because of that, every young person believes that there is gold to be mined in Lagos. And so when you have more people coming in, and the government is not even building more houses, what do you get? Landlords are using every available space to build one room, a little room here, so that people can rent from them. Now, when you have that, you have people who are so greedy, landlords who do not even think about drainage system or how their tenants would, dispose waste. What they're looking for is what? There is somebody looking for accommodation. I have this few space here, and then I can build a room and make some money. I remember I saw a picture on Facebook and somebody's kitchen in Port Harcourt. And one man said, give this space to a Lagos landlord. And what will you get? Somebody said 3-bedroom flat downstairs, 4-bedroom flat upstairs, 1 boys' quarters from just a small kitchen in Port Harcourt. So that's what's happening. The hustling and the bustling of Lagos attracts more people and then forces the landlords to build more structures for rent. And this, I didn't just get in my research. A witness that I interviewed actually told me that some of his friends, where they live, he cannot even go visit them. So they try to spend more time in the office so that when they get home, they just sleep. The environment is not conducive. They do not use the toilet in their homes. They do all their toileting and everything in the office because their landlords have not provided the necessary facilities. Then I ask you, those who use the toilet at home, how do they use it? Short put or what? Or do they bury their feces? So this results into flooding because you're just building on any space available. You're not even thinking of where water will pass or how to channel things the right way. Now, please, can you play the song? I'm doing a comparison, so both songs will be played at the same time. Oh, sorry, one after the other. All right. Now, if I talk about it, I want to mention two things. This song is actually talking about ghettos, aka slums. This one is trying to tell us the beautiful parts of Lagos, mentioning Ikeja, VI, Elegushi, and all of that. But if you listen to the beginning of both videos, you can hear at the background siren. Why is it that in the ghetto, we have issues with security? And in this beautiful part of Lagos that he's trying to talk about, the same issue. Why? Because our urban spaces is gradually becoming semi-slums. So the issues that these slums have, we are beginning to have it in the urban spaces. And you talk about crime, lack of electricity. The normal able-bodied man is saying, if I can make a little more money, I am moving to the urban space. But he's not coming with a new orientation. He's not coming with the mindset of the man who has lived in the urban spaces all his life. So when he comes, he has no regard for rules, no regard for what should be done. You don't dump things here. You don't park your car here because the land space here is not made for such. So you now have the problems of the slums in the urban spaces because human beings are major contributors to all these issues we are discussing here today. So semi-slums, we now can call most urban spaces semi-slums. Then at the end of Olamide's song, I Love Lagos, the second one, even though he's describing a beautiful urban Lagos, the last image we see is a yellow Lagos bus emitting pollution. What a contradictory depiction and description. It shows the reality of Lagos. Now, this is what we see every day. Most of us know these songs. We sing them when we go to parties, they play these songs. We even have them on our phones. I am trying to project here by this study that we can actually use music to tell what we are experiencing as a people. We can use music as a way to bring to fore, to bring to bear our situation as urban dwellers. So we should take advantage of this channel. If you look at the different musics that I have analyzed, actually, it's being used as a tool for eco-resilience. Regardless of what they go through, you can use music to tell people, to reach out to people where your papers will not get to. Music will enter into everybody's room to tell them what is right and what is wrong, because music has this sentimental, emotional connection to its listeners. So you're using it to create awareness, use it to create sensitization. You are using it as a way to tell the government and policymakers that, look, people listen to us. This is an industry that everybody can identify with. So use us as a way to intervene, to tell people that this is the best way to do things. And also, music is being used in this study as a tool for environmental justice, to speak for the land, to speak for the environment, and also to preach the message of environmental sustainability. I believe that with continuous research and sponsorship, future generations can use music, can explore music, can leverage on music as an interdisciplinary tool to get ideas and solutions to global environmental challenges. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. At some point, I thought even the conclusion will make us groove our heads. All right, so without wasting any more time, let's have Mr. Anthony Adejuwon give us his own experiences, reflect on these papers. Afterwards, we'll have questions and answers. Please, your hands together for Mr. Anthony Adejuwon. He is the team lead of Urban Alert. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me quickly say this is a rare opportunity for a civil society person to be in the academia, to push conversations and ensure that, like my brother said, we bridge that gap. Let me also say that research and development are like Siamese twins. It is quality research, and that research do not translate to development. The research is of no use. That shows the work shouldn't end with the researchers. It should go out to the development space that the civil societies operate. Let me also say that researchers tend to study wicked problems, like the issue in Makoko, the noise, the suit in Port Harcourt. These are wicked problems. We call them wicked problems within the civil society space. It's like onion. As you are opening a layer, you are seeing another one. And this is what we face as civil society people on a daily basis. We deal with wicked problems. So when he was talking about the suits in Port Harcourt, I was thinking, man, civil society persons are passing through hell. Let me use the word. Thank you so much. Yes, Osun River contamination. We've stopped calling it pollution. It's contamination. You may be asking yourself, Osun River, what is Osun River? Have I ever heard of Osun River? Well, Osun River is an important river in the southwestern part of Nigeria. And in fact, it flows through 5 states out of the 6 states in the southwestern part of the country, from Ekiti State to Osun State, into Oyo State, Ogun State, and into the Lagos Lagoon. So it's only Ondo State that escapes Osun River, and it's more than 200 kilometers long, 213 kilometers to be precise. Now, the significance of Osun River. 1, Osun River is the identity of Osun State. That is the state, that is a river from which that state derived its name. And the river also houses water dams owned by the Osun State and Oyo State governments. Also, water from Osun River is used for domestic, agricultural, and industrial purposes. The river cuts across, within Osun State alone, it cuts across 10 local governments, over 20 communities, and that shows it cut across the 3 senatorial districts within the state. And the last one is Osun River is an integral part of the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Now, the Osun River is a symbol of serenity and divinity. It used to be, let me use that word, it used to be the symbol of serenity and divinity. Very clean, very calm, and useful for the people. Now, this is the problem. Sometimes in 2018, water in Osun River suddenly changed color and turned, we can't say this is brown. We can't even say it's yellow. But our investigation revealed that the color changes as a result of illegal and unregulated licensed mining activities at the upper course of Osun River. Don't forget I said Osun River took its source from Ekiti State, then flows into Osun State. So the contamination started within Osun State. So at the upper course of the river, the Osun River is still clean as I speak. Now, illegal gold mining, the problem source. Our investigation also revealed that the contamination, which is as a result of gold mining activity, is primarily within the Ijesha land, which is actually a part in Osun State, where illegal and unregulated licensed gold mining activities are taking place. Now, we categorized the polluters, the artisanal miners, into 2. We have the subsistent artisanal miners, and we have the mechanized artisanal miners. The subsistent artisanal miners are those that make use of light equipment, shovels, pans, rock, rock that is usually in Peugeot cars. They use that also for their gold mining activities. And we have the big boys, the mechanized artisanal miners, making use of excavators, washers. They use mechanogen and other heavy equipment to mine. Now, this is how it works. Artisanal miners are those mining beside the river within Osun State. We have coal mining. We have alluvial mining. Coal mining are those drilling deep into the earth crust, hundreds of meters down to get the gold. Why the alluvial ones are those, doing their own activities beside the waterways. So in Osun State, we have both. But for the contamination, for the Osun River contamination, the problem is primarily from the artisanal miners doing the alluvial mining within the state. So our preliminary findings, using geographical information system, we tried to dig deep into the cause of the problem. And we cited the first point where Osun River changed color at a community called Esaudo in Oriade local government in Osun State, Nigeria. And from that point, the color of the river changes until it exits into the Lagos Lagoon. That shows throughout Osun State, into Oyo State, into Ogun State, like that. So, looking at this satellite image, this image was sourced from Google Earth, May 2015. There is no pollution at this time. 2020 October, you can notice slightly pollution. And you can see that by February 2022, it has blown up. All right. So this is 2015. All right, see this point. And see. You can see. And see the closer look. Now, this is the drone footage showing the extent of the problem. This place used to be the river course for Ora River, and miners have taken over the route of the river, mining gold. And this is Osogbo-Ilesha Road. It's a federal road. You can see how tiny the road is, and you can see where they've mined gold. So, the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, I said the other time, is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And this is Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove. In fact, this is where they perform the rituals. And you can see how the contamination has taken over the UNESCO World Heritage Site. This is a drone footage showing a confluence point with another river. This is Eniola River, and this is Osun River. So you can see. So you can see. It's as big as this. So as an organization, we make use of technology to drive home our points and ensure that we also drive the conversation. We didn't stop at making use of GIS to identify our problem. We carried out physical-chemical tests. We took samples from 4 different points on that river And in collaboration with senior researchers from Obafemi Awolowo University, we carried out the physicochemical and microbial tests. And this is the result. We tested for more than 20 elements, but we identified 3 serious ones. This is mercury. For the first point, the percentage of contamination above permissible level, according to the Nigerian industrial standard, for Kajola Ijesha is over 800%. For Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, it is over 2,000%. For Ede, it's over 200%. That's confluence point because it mixes with new water. And for Baale Ayo, it is 21,000%. Many people may not know Baale Ayo. Baale Ayo is the same thing as Ashejire. So if you are living in Ibadan, you must have heard of Ashejire. And that is where we have the dam owned by the Oyo State government, where they process water for people living in Ibadan. So this is lead. For Kajola, it is 1,200% higher than the permissible level. Osun Grove, it is 1,000% higher. For Ede, it's 2,000% higher. Baale Ayo is 1,700% higher. For cyanide, for Kajola Ijesha is 4,900% higher. Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, 4,900% higher. For Ede is 2,900% higher. And Baale Ayo, 2,900% higher. Now, this is our fear. In 2013, a community called Bagega in Zamfara State recorded the death of over 400. And this is our fear. If over 400 children could die in a community of 7,323, imagine how many children may have died and could die in a community or in communities where more than 2 million people live. This is huge. So this is Zamfara case that claimed over 400 lives of children. Now, this is our fear. You could say, well, I don't reside in Osun. It's none of my business. But I reside in Ibadan. And the water being supplied to the public in Ibadan is from Osun River. That is one. 2, you may feel, well, I don't eat in Osun. But you don't know where the herders, take care of their cattle. You can see cattle drinking from the Osun River. You don't even know the source of the vegetable you use in taking amala. These are farmers cultivating vegetables using water from Osun River. So, what are the implications? For children, behavioral change, low IQ, anemia, hypertension, renal impairment, and the rest. For pregnant women, reduced growth of the fetus, congenital disabilities, abortion, premature birth. For adults, kidney dysfunction, tremor, increased blood pressure, and the rest. Now, looking at the socio-cultural implication, don't forget I said the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. In fact, that center is significant to the traditionalists because Osun is a goddess to the traditionalists and is a goddess of purity. So it is expected that Osun should be clean. So it's a dent on the traditional belief system and also a threat to the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove. The economic implication. There's going to be geometric regression in agricultural production. Using contaminated water to cultivate will reduce the productions of the farmers. Now, increased costs of purification for water dams and private ventures. Let me also say that private companies make use of Osun River as their source of water. Coca-Cola, Nigerian breweries in Ibadan, they make use of them. So what are the impacts? Direct impacts. 2 million people living in over 20 communities in Osun State are presently being affected. Then 1 million local traditionalists within Nigeria are affected. Now, indirect impact, 100 million African traditional religion practitioners worldwide and 42.5 million Yoruba people. Now, this is Osun River before. And this is Osun River now. It is time to save lives and save our environment. Thank you.
Now, this is the emotional part of research. And that was the point Professor Nubi was trying to say earlier on, that we do research not because we want to have fun. We do research because we want to answer troubling questions. And like I said, these are wicked problems. And if you don't answer these questions, the problems will persist. So thank you once again, Mr. Anthony Adejuwon, for the wonderful presentation. Now, we are going into the question and answer session, but I would like us to please zone in on the papers that were initially presented by this panel, and also from the creative methodology presentation that was made by Remi. If you have any question around those, as well as on the presentations made by our panelists, and including the presentation we just listened to, kindly note them down. We'll take them. But I have a general question for the panelists while we are thinking through our own questions. You know, one of the ideas of this roundtable is for us to get to talk about how we transcend from that point where we identify the problems and what we push forward. Questions that needs to be answered. Now, from all your researches, from your studies, how do you see this in respect of the narratives by the government, all right? Or in respect of policies that are already in place? How can we compare? How can we, hold true certain things that the government is saying from what we are seeing and what we have researched on? And what do you think should be done about this? I give you an example. The documentary we watched, one of the things I identified that personally was greenwashing. You remember the one of the residents there was saying that the government keeps saying we are coming, but they never come. And sometimes you see the government saying it is not so much a problem for us. That's a narrative. But from what the researchers have found out, it's a different thing entirely. So I'd like to throw this question to you, or maybe I'll ask it in a more particular manner. So we want you to tell us how the narratives around environmental changes, whether it's in Port Harcourt, whether it's in Kano, whether it's in Osun, or whether it's in Lagos, how have these narratives been expressed in relation to existing public policies or with the narratives by the government on air, land, and water pollution? Yes, I'm saying while the audience is bringing in this, that's what we're saying. So we'll take every other person's question. I just want you to also put that for all the panelists. So let's take our own questions. Any person with questions for them? Okay, yes, Victor. Okay.
Okay, my name is Ogumakinjolagide Stephen. I'm from the University of Ibadan, Institute of African Studies. And so quickly, my question will go to Mr. Anthony Adejuwon on the banner lot. So I could not wonder but sat down saying if necessity is the mother of invention according to Einstein, and that you find out that illegal gold miners have a lot of things at the back of their mind. You don't just go to a field to start mining without having something at the back of your mind. So because of the necessity, they had to go out there. So I'm saying if it were to be an illegal mining, so to say, we say it's an illegal mining. If it were to be illegal mining, are we going to avoid some of these problems? And if, okay, again, I think I have it here by saying that, now, because of necessity again, whereby, you have to go down into these particular places and get certain materials which could ever become economic value that could have, I'm saying economic value is coming from the mining, right? But who gets the proceed of the economic value? Now, does the government really have the understanding of this problem? If a yes, then why is the mining legally not? I know a lot of questions, but because of our time, I will just stop there for now.
Okay, your question is addressed to Mr. Deji. Okay, thank you. Any other person? Okay.
Good afternoon once again, Chukwudi Njoku. Okay, for Nadi, so you identified that the town planners are not doing a great job in Kano, and we know that for most of the Nigerian cities. So I was wondering, notwithstanding this deficiency in their operations, can there still be sense in the chaos in Kano, right? Can there be some sense in the chaos? Is the city, can it still be said to be beautiful maybe? Because I understand that in some cases you see tourists coming down to Ibadan to see, the very chaotic parts of some places with old roofs and all scattered buildings like that. And for Deborah, so you did a very good presentation. In fact, it's the first time I'm having to dance to a presentation. Okay, so are you suggesting that we can write research musically, like sing the abstracts, sing the background, sing the methods and the findings? Would that make any sense? Can it make a difference in portraying our research? And then Mr. Adejuwon, you talked about illegal and licensed mining in the same sentence. So I was wondering.
Any other person? Okay.
My name is Olusola Ayandele. I have my first question is about the Osun River pollution. Nigeria is not the only country where they mine for gold. I asked my friend there, in Ghana, in South Africa, they also have gold there. Do they have this level of pollution? If we are going to communicate the risk that our people are facing, then we need to show them that, yes, gold is an economical venture. It's good, you should do the business, but you don't destroy our environment. I mean, I live in Ibadan. I'm scared. Then music. There are musicians that will sing songs that will bring out, I think, consciousness sounds that will, like Bono, that will make you want to do something, like Bob Marley. I don't really think we have somebody musicians like that in Nigeria. They will usually sing maybe love song, money song, Yahoo boys praising song and stuff like that. So as a music person, I believe you are in a music training school or something like that. Do you think if musicians are singing songs that will have environmental values, will they blow?
So question from the chat on Zoom from someone called Fine Hope Ogunli. Okay, right after. So the question is for the presenter of Sounding the Impact of Ecological Transformation, Deborah Temisan Lawal. So in your first slide, you said that traffic gridlocks can cause potholes over a long period of time. Are there any justifications for that? How is your research going to encourage the sponsors of social entertainment media to focus on environmental development and sustainability rather than promoting social vices, illicit sex, drug abuse, misuse, fraud, etc., as is widespread in our society. Okay, the second one, or the first one, second one. How is your research going to encourage the sponsor of social and entertainment media to focus on environmental development and sustainability rather than promoting social vices as is widespread in our society? Everything is about money at any expense these days. And last thing the person is saying, you should reference your pictures, images with credits.
So my question is also to the person who presented on music, sounding the impact of ecological transformation, and it's more like conceptual clarification. You spoke about like 3 keywords: slums, urban, and semi-urban areas. And I think that these were like very central to your presentation. And I wanted to know if there's like polarity between these 3 elements, or they can go together, because when you discussed about urban centers, you spoke separately about slums. And I think that like sometimes slums are actually part of urbanity. And that, yeah, and I want you to maybe conceptual clarification. Yeah.
Still to you at the point you make a kind of a reference to Ocean River and another river not being contaminated. Is there like a blockage, or like because I just shouted, nobody do be that if you're having a water pipe and one is not impacting the other. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, there is a kind of a diversion. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. So basically, I'm asking for conceptual clarification. You spoke about slums, urban centers, or the urban part of Lagos, the slums in Lagos, and then the semi-urban. And I was wondering if there's like a very rigid polarity between slums and urban centers. So my question is like, how do you conceive cities, basically? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Toby, for your question. Yes, or the slum not in urban settings. Yes. I had a question too for the 2 presenters. So you came together, and I wanted to know on what is grounded your collaboration, because you didn't mention it. So research collaboration that exists, it's important. So what's yours?
Thank you very much. My question goes to the Save Ocean River lead. In 2020, I embarked on a project sponsored by the University of Sussex, let's say the commercialization of cocoa in Osun State. And whilst on the field work, we noticed that many of the cocoa farms, especially in the Ilesha region, has been converted to gold mining sites, which has largely degraded the farms. And I would say that some of the farmers there constantly made reference to many traditional leaders being involved in such illicit affairs. And perhaps they are getting kickbacks from wherever or whatever. You will notice last year that a number of Chinese people were nabbed, and that trended on Twitter as well. And they were mentioning that there's a proclivity of them also being responsible. I wouldn't want to go into politics or any others. So my question is, how can we save our land? You know, the socio-cultural impact, I'm very much particular about this. When, as a matter of fact, the custodians of heritage are also responsible for such degradations.
Okay, there is one more question, but please be free to address the particular questions that were addressed to you.
Thank you very much. My question goes to the Osun River man, the activist. Even though his presentation, your presentation is quite scientific, I love that, but I have a counter narrative from the traditionalists of that same area, saying that the gods, this is one of the wrath of the gods because of the evil activities taking place in the country. So that's why the water is turning. So to them, it's miraculous. So what can you say about that?
Tell the cat. What's that for a second?
So many questions. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I should start with yours. I think 3 of the questions kind of are like into each other. Singing abstract findings and all of that, will it make a difference? Well, I want to believe that we have a standard when it comes to research and the way it is presented. We are only allowed, I guess, to look at different mediums and discipline that can pass across our message better or based on the peculiarity of the situation at hand. But by the time I will be present, it will be funny if I come here and I'm singing my abstract because there is a standard and there's a format. So, but the angle of my research, as long as it addresses the situation at hand, I guess I've tried to pass across my message. Then, yeah, that's that. Okay, musicians' popularity, making money, if we keep encouraging them to sing songs on environment and all of that, how will they blow? Now, what we're saying is, we're not saying, hey, kill your inspiration. That vision you have as a musician to sing songs pertaining to love, inspiration, whatever. We're not going to put a gag on them, but we're going to say, look, as a part of this community, we want to leverage on your visibility, on your influence. Can you use your platform, your membership, your followership, your popularity? Can you use it to pass across this message? It's just appealing to their community service side, their humanity, and we are using their platform to pass across the message. So we're saying, okay, if you want to release an album and you have 16 tracks, can you use 1 track to talk about these issues that we're facing? We're not saying follow this path and sing like this and all of that. We're just going to leverage on their influence so they can still blow. And at the same time, even win the heart of people, they'll say, oh, this person is a humanitarian. He remembers Ile, the land, remembers where he came from and all of that. And I think that's what we are appealing to them for. Now, somebody said potholes, that I showed a picture, comparison, that is there a research for it? Yes. You see, there are standards when it comes to infrastructure, but because of the present situation in Nigeria, you do not have somebody who stands and says, this is how it should be done. We paid you for this contract. You should have 4 layers of tar on the road. You just have 1, 2 layers. And they tell you they are done with the project. And the governor comes to commission that project. Give it 3 months. That road, you are expecting heavy-duty vehicles to ply that road, but you have not actually done the road to standard. So definitely, if you have continuous motorization of that road, it will depreciate because it is not even up to standard in the first place. So yes, there is research backing up what I said. Now, conceptual clarification. Now, there used to be a huge divide between the haves and the haves not, and the have not. Naturally, you expect, oh, if you see a rich man, you can identify him immediately, this is a rich man. And if you see a poor man, you will say, oh, this is a poor man. But now the line is blurred because there is a bleeding of the affluent, mixing up with those who do not have. How? You have the house help, you have the gate man living with Oga, and then you're just a passerby and you see somebody coming out of a very big mansion and you're wondering, is this person living here? But the fact is, the person is living with Oga, and even if, I think he mentioned something that I wrote here, is there a huge divide, is there a polarity in concept between the slum and the urban areas, and that is there no Is there no way the slum comes into urban discourse? There is no way. Okay, I have a situation in one of my research where there's a big commercial hub industry that employed a lot of people from the slums because they wanted cheap labor. And so the owner of this, the floor manager, the person in charge of that building and operations, actually told them, hey, there is a space here. You can build shanties here. So when you now say, oh, this industry is situated in the urban areas, who are the people working there? Who are the people living there? Once you go into this industry, go to the back, you know, the workers, how do they live? Do they live like the boss? So really, truly, there is that divide, that gap is no longer there. And finally, he threw a question to all of us, talking about what are the narratives being expressed in relationship with what is going on now, government promises and our research. I think what I wrote here is that really the government does not have a functioning watchdog system like they do with the telecommunications industry. Today, they are fining MTN, they are fining Airtel for doing something. I think if they begin to fine the entertainment industry, giving them stringent rules on certain things that they will not approve, certain films that should not come out, certain musics that should not be, you know, aired on TV and on radio stations, I think it will lead us to what someone mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, of this program, nudge them towards what we want, towards what should be, towards the right narrative. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Before I answer the questions, let me also say that your last point, I'm looking at it from the experience point of view. Sometimes it could be easy to say the government should gag TV stations, radio stations, so that they wouldn't be able to hear some genre. Let me use the word genre. But the advent of technology has actually made this impossible for the government. Zazu is not being played on radio. And is it? It's not. Yeah, now from that, like I said, in the civil society space, we deal with wicked problems. This is one of them. When you are saying we want to gag them, and we say, okay, maybe the next thing we can do is to put down tweets, and you want to force Twitter to open office in Nigeria, and they will ban Twitter, and we say, okay, there is social injustice or human rights issues. You know, it's you keep opening and opening and opening more problems. So I think it's multifaceted issue that maybe one day we'll find solution to. Thank you. Thank you. All right. He asked about current policies to solve the issue of Osun River. There are lots and enough policies. When it comes to law, Nigeria has laws. In 2007, there is Nigerian Minerals and Mining Act. In 2013, is in 2009 or 2013, there is Minerals and Mining Regulation. We have Environmental Protection Law. So what else? We can have a lot of laws. The problem is, how are we going to enforce? And that has actually been the source of our problem. We have the laws, but there's no political will from our leaders to do that. There's a question on illegal and unregulated license in the same sentence. The issue of Osun River is a multifaceted problem, is a wicked problem. Now, those causing the problem, they are of two categories. The illegal ones, these guys do not have license. They just come to your community, legally or illegally, they take over land and begin to dig. That is one. Now, there are some other ones that are licensed. But when we say you are licensed, that shows you are compelled to follow the law under which you are licensed. And one of the sections of the law says you must protect the environment. And in fact, to do anything, you must have your environmental impact assessment report, which is going to guide your activities. It is not there. It is not there. They are not doing it. And also, there is a special section in the law, the Minerals and Mining Act 2007, that protect the water course, that you shouldn't do anything close to the water course. There's another section that says you must not do anything that will affect sacred grounds. So we have all these in the law. And these are the problems are being perpetrated by the illegal and those that have license. That's why we have said the unregulated licensed. So I think I'm able to shed more light on that. Now, economic value. On a good day, solid minerals should bring prosperity to rural and urban settlements. But in Nigeria, it is not the same. Port Harcourt is being taken over by soot. They have oil. Osun is being taken over by mercury, lead, and cyanide. They have gold. Zamfara is being taken over by terrorists, bandits, and pollution. They have gold. So rather than having a structure that will really turn the solid minerals to economic value, there is no structure to do that. And I think that is the problem. And in doing this, our decision makers have felt like, let's do something that it won't be demanding. Fine, it's not going to be environmentally friendly, but people can still make change, you understand? So they coin many initiatives like PAGME, Presidential Artisanal Mining Initiative, or so, PAGME. These guys do not even respect the law. They just give them one portion and they are doing their thing. They don't want to know the environment. So when it's about economic value, solid minerals should have been the change over for us economically. But it is not, because we are not doing it the right way. And more often than not, it is believed that artisanal mining, like I mentioned, is for the poor. In fact, the real mining cannot be done by ordinary people. You need money. I'm talking about huge money. In Osun State, there's a big mining refinery, gold mining refinery, owned by a Canadian company. They trade on the Canadian Stock Exchange. You could see the level they are. And they've ensured that the environment is protected within the community they are operating. They have the tailing management system so that the water they use in doing their work do not go into the community. That is what all miners should do. But it is demanding financially. So they won't do that. They just go and do their thing. Does the government have the knowledge? The government have a lot of knowledge about this, but there is no political will. I told us as an organization, we work with data, and our data shows as of 2020, more than 40% of the land mass approved for exploration license and mining lease belongs to the Osun State government. So what are we saying? The government has the required knowledge about the problem. They just don't have the political will to do anything because they are making money from the back door. Do they have some issues in other countries? Yes. In Ghana, they are facing terrible problem. In Botswana, In fact, I think earlier this week, there's a news that some miners, I think it's a zinc site, were caught underground. They couldn't come out in Botswana and in many other countries, in Mali, in Sudan. It's there. But because of the level of poverty in Africa, they use that to, people use that to make a living, no matter how small. Burkina Faso is the zinc issue. Yeah, that's true. All right. I've said it, real mining is not for the poor. The real one, not the artisanal. Real one is not for the poor. Now, someone talked about the confluence points. Now, Osun River is the main river that cuts across the southwestern part of Nigeria. Even it has more than 10 tributaries. We have rivers coming from the Oyo State axis, Ogbomoso, linking up with Osun River, called Oba. Is it Oba or Oba? Oba. We have Erinle River. We have Ora River. We have, is someone from OU here? I'm sorry. OU is in the river dammed for OU, Opa River, has been contaminated. And it connects with some other rivers to join Osun River. So massive. Now, Ilesha is a cocoa producing region. Ilesha is not far from Ondo State, and that is the cocoa producing hub. It is true that the traditional rulers are culpable. Very true. But unfortunately, they don't have the knowledge of what is going to happen after giving anybody the permission, the consent to do anything. They don't. They just feel, oh, my prayers has been answered. Someone has brought Venza. Let me just cruise. They do not know the implication. And it's so unfortunate because gold mining is just coming to the southern part of Nigeria. And maybe Urban Alert is the only organization in Southwest Nigeria pushing conversations around gold mining activities. How to save our land and our heritage. Like I said, the problem is a wicked one, and it needs multifaceted solutions. We need to put everybody at alert, the government, the communities, the international community. Earlier last month, we have more than 15,000 people signed a petition on this from the international community. So everybody needs to do something. The traditionalist says it's the gods. Well, that may be false because the river is their god. The river is an integral part of their system. So for me, I think if the gods will attack, they shouldn't use themselves. they shouldn't attack themselves. I think that answers it. So it's much more than that. I'm so sure it's more than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will just respond to the question he asked while my co-author will respond to Remi's question. There are some very few revelations we made in the study. A shocking one was the fact that, because he asked about the policy implications of our study, which is what the study is all about, contributions to knowledge. Now, NGOs are really facing a whole lot. Thank God he's here, so he understands what I'm saying. One of the problems they are facing, funding actually. They lack the funding. And one revelation, once findings were made, a particular NGO member said something. that apart from the challenge they have to win grants, because they are very careful about going to the government to collect funds. Because if they do that, you know the implication, of course, they become tools. So they are very, very careful about funding. However, what they do is they have to run back to foreign organizations for grant funding and all that. But that was one of those things they did. Was one of those cases where they were able to win a grant, but somehow the information got to the Ministry of Environment and the government intercepted the fund. So what I'm trying to say is NGOs are suffering serious government/public support. That is apart from the security issues which NGOs face from the public. I told you that those who are involved in illegal refinery are very violent people. For those of us who are in the Niger Delta, you know that 90% of the operators are ex-agitators. Yes. So they are violent. You can't do research. You can't get vital information. So NGOs are going through a lot. And so that's why, but then government must understand that they are forces to reckon with. NGOs they are power blocks. So long as public policy dimension, scope, and nature is concerned, there are people you have to run to. Imagine the findings you're making about Osun State River. I mean, urban alert. I'm just trying to buttress the fact. So the policy dimension is that government must consciously not only just design mechanisms, but see how to employ the strong and the convincing political will, to involve NGOs and civil society organizations into the fora of public policy making. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think my work here is very simple. I have only 2 questions to respond to. The first one comes from Dr. Chukwudi. Basically, Kano capital city is divided into 2. We have the ancient Kano and we have the modern Kano, all residing within the capital city. Across 8 local government areas of the 44 local government areas in Kano State. So in the ancient settlement, that is where you have the city wall, buildings and structures inside the city wall is the ancient city. There you can see traditional architectures, even though the city is not properly planned in terms of open spaces, like in the outer part of the city, but I can't call it, you can't have something called chaos or chaotic setting. And there are no slums in both sides. So, but when you go out of the city wall, the city ramparts, then you have well-planned city, like the one we all know in urban centers. This is my just response. Then the general question, I think basically it's talking about the difference between theory and practice when it comes to development from the government side. Difference between theory and practice. Government can mention that they will do something, but unfortunately, most of the activities, because of corruption, fail. And secondly, the issue of politicization. So all these are challenges to real implementation of policies affecting urban centers and urban dwellers from the government point of view. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So back to Remi's question on the basis of research collaboration. I'm interested in environmental issues. I'm interested in environmental issues. He's a governance expert, a PhD candidate in political science, and he's resident in Niger Delta. So we co-developed the idea, but in terms of gathering of data, because he's resident in Niger Delta area, he was able to help with the gathering, collation of data, while I was responsible for the data analysis, both quantitative and qualitative. So we oversaw the draft. So that's it.
Thank you. Any other questions from anyone? Okay, so
So thank you everyone from the second panel. So we will have first the closing remarks by Dr. Cyrielle Maingraud-Martinaud, and then I would ask all the speakers of today to be available for a picture outside before we leave.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And don't worry, I'm not going to be long because I think this has been a very fruitful and interesting day, but also very long, and we're running a bit late. So first, I wanted to say thank you to the organizing team. I think we can give them a round of applause. Thank you to the Center for Housing and Sustainable Development of UniLag for hosting us. I think that this roundtable has been a big success. Thanks to you. I think it has really started this process of creating a platform for early career researchers. I also want everybody to know that there was a parity, like the same number of men and women. And I think this is also quite important to note. And also it was interesting because it brought researchers at different level of their careers, but also some social society, civil society activists like we saw just now. And I think this dialogue was very fruitful. I mean, I think what we noticed was both the diversity of all your themes of research, but also at the same time, the convergence. And I will just say one word, especially about what was the framework of today's topic, which was today's roundtable, which was around lives. And I think this is what I found really fascinating in so many of your presentations and about the lecture also this morning was that the way we approach our research through people's lives and people experiences, and also to put real words, sometimes images also, and sometimes arts and creation can also be a way for us to access something that sometimes we do not do when we hide behind this, you know, this question of like neutrality or neutral axiology. So yeah, this is something that I wanted to note. And also the importance of interdisciplinary. I think you were all coming from very various backgrounds and you could see how much it is important to look at other methodologies and other disciplines. And the use of creative methodologies, I think that we saw also the use for that. I will just say one word about what's going to happen next, because we are hoping that, you know, this is only one of the many times that we can meet. We are hoping, you know, to keep this network alive. Also, in the coming days, you will receive an email because at IFRA, we have a paper series that we call working papers, and that we are very open to publications. So if you want to transform some of your presentations into a paper, this is something that we would be really welcoming to. I think it could be a good opportunity. So I think Juliette will write and Remi will write to you about this in the next couple of days. Another thing that I wanted to say as a bit more like older researcher, the issue about your data, all the pictures that you take, the videos, the interviews, sometimes also the arts that you can produce or the creative maps that you have. Think about how you're going to store them, archive them, make them available for other researchers. Sometimes we want to hoard and we want to keep. It is very understandable in the process of doing a PhD, but also it's good to be open. And how can you also showcase all of this data, especially what we were saying since the beginning of like doing this articulation between civil society and also make our research more available. So I mean, I don't have any definitive answer. This is also something that we're working on at IFRA at the moment, but I just wanted to mention this, you know, keep in touch. Your wealth is your data. And so how can you use it for yourself, but also share it with other people and other researchers so that we can create, you know, bigger analysis and also create continuity and links between different people and different researchers. So thank you so much again for coming. I'm hoping to see you all soon and I wish you the best and we'll meet for the picture outside. Thank you. And thank you to the people who were online. Oh yeah, we had up to 30 people who were online today. So thank you so much. And the videos will be uploaded on the IFRA YouTube channel very soon. Thank you again. See you soon.
So we can just quickly all go outside with our bags and everything, without our bag and everything to take the picture. Thank you, the people on Zoom. Bye-bye.